Good morning. Morning, honorable members. Good morning to all the guests on the platform. Welcome to this meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology. The Portfolio Committee is conducting an inquiry into the appointment of Professor Mbati as the VC of SMU and other related matters. The last time we were together, we thought that we were finalizing part A, where we had Professor Mbati himself giving testimony. But members will remember that we had said that there were some outstanding issues at the University of Venda, and we needed to call back the current chair of council, as well as the current Vice-Chancellor, to come and assist the Portfolio Committee, assist this inquiry in respect of other issues that were there, in respect of some other allegations which were placed, which we thought that they needed to be responded to. So we have initiated a process of inviting the current chairperson of council as well as the current vice-chancellor. I must say that we experienced some difficulties with the vice-chancellor, where he asked for some certain information, which we had to clarify him that we had to respond to the question. And we also had to put it to him that if he's not willing to come, we may have to invoke the powers that this Portfolio Committee is having in terms of summoning witnesses to come. Fortunately, we did not have to explore that option. The Vice-Chancellor then sent us a statement and indicated his availability to come to the inquiry. And I hope that is also on the platform. So we are going to conclude the part A with these two witnesses. And then after that, we will get into part B. So the whole of this week, we have set it aside for that process. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. We think that if we move at the speed that we are anticipating, we may conclude both part A and part B this week. But if we are not able to do that, we will have to identify some more days where we will have to finalize all the matters. So welcome, members. Welcome back. Can I check if there are apologies, Anel?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Chairperson, we received an apology from Honorable King, and we also received an apology from Honorable Numalo, who will be joining the meeting an hour later. Those are the two apologies, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are the apologies. But I think we do form a quorum. There's sufficient members on the platform for us to proceed. The other important issue that I left behind, we will, after we are done with the first two witnesses, we will have to open up for reflections by members, reflecting on the part A of the inquiry. What are their observations? What are the issues that stand out for the members? What are the issues that they think must finally be in the report? So it will simply be reflections by members. It will not be a discussion of a report or something like that. So after this reflection by members, the report will still have to be finalized. And the report, before we finalize, we decide on it, or we deliberate on it and finalize it, we'll also have to share it with some of the people or persons or institutions that might be affected. So for now, we will have those reflections, and then from there, they will help in assisting the process of drafting the report of the inquiry. But also we will have to finalize the budget vote report of the Department of Higher Education and Training before we could debate the budget vote on Thursday. As you know, members, Thursday we are debating the budget vote of the department. I hope members are ready for that debate in the mini plenaries. Okay, can I find out from legal services if there's anybody who's going to help us with the administration of the oath?
Good morning, Chair. It's Philoshni Gangan. I'm here on the platform to assist with the administering of the oath.
Okay. I'm going to hand over to yourself. Let me just confirm if the chairperson of council is here. I see his video is on. Just confirm, Chair, your presence. Open your mic and just confirm that you are present.
Present.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Can we check if the Vice-Chancellor is present?
Chair, I am present. Chair, I am present.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Gangan, I'm going to ask that you proceed with the administration of the oath. I think you have to switch on your video as you do that. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the members and to all on the platform this morning. Mr. Junius Lekhetha, my name is Philoshni Gangan and I'm from Parliament's Legal Services. I will be administering the oath to you this morning. Mr. Junius Lekhetha, you are required to take an oath in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004 to appear before this committee as a witness and to answer questions related to the Oversight Inquiry into the appointment of Professor P. Mbati as Vice-Chancellor of the Sefako Makgatho University and other related matters, Part A. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all these questions lawfully put to you or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal proceedings or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury, or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or a committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is truthful. You may choose to take an oath or an affirmation. Which do you prefer?
Oath.
Please raise your right hand and state after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Lekgeta. Chairperson, the witness is sworn in. Thank you.
Ms. Gangen, can you also proceed and swear in the next witness so that when we continue with both of them?
I will do so. Good morning, Dr. Ndandulini Ntambeleni.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be administering the oath. You are required to take an oath in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004 to appear before this committee as a witness and to answer any questions related to the oversight inquiry into the appointment of Professor P. Mbati as Vice-Chancellor of the Sefako Makgatho University and other related matters. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or the documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or to affirm that the evidence that you're about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or an affirmation. Which do you prefer?
I prefer an oath, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand and state after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson, this witness is sworn in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gangen. As always, the Portfolio Committee appreciates the assistance we get from legal services and yourself. Thank you for that. Mr. Lekgeta, maybe let's start with yourself. We have received your supplementary statement, which we are going to invite you that you must read it into records, the whole of it.
Thank you, Chair. I will start. My memo address to you dated the 7th of May 2021, addressed to the Honorable Mr. MP Mapulani MP, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology at the National Assembly. Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology Oversight Inquiry into the appointment of Professor P. Mbati as Vice-Chancellor of Sefako Makgatho University and Related Matters. Supplementary statement by Mr. J. Lekheta. I, the undersigned Junior Lekheta, do hereby make oath and state that I'm an Arab male and the chairperson of the University of Vendor Council. On April 21, 2021, I received correspondence from the Honorable Mapulani, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, the Portfolio Committee in brackets. In terms of this correspondence, I'm required to prepare a supplementary statement to address certain issues. Further, I am required to appear before the Portfolio Committee inquiry into the appointment of Professor Peter Mbati as Vice-Chancellor of Sefako Makgatho University and related matters. That is the inquiry. 3, it should be noted that I was first requested to provide information to the Portfolio Committee on 12 August 2020. On 21st August 2020, I provided a detailed response to the Portfolio Committee attaching relevant annexes. On 10 November 2020, I received a further request to provide the Portfolio Committee with additional information. I complied with this request and submitted the required information on 18 November 2020. On 10 February 2021, I received a request to appear before the Portfolio Committee. I attended the inquiry on 16 February 2021. Number 6, I've now been requested to provide additional information to the Portfolio Committee, which information I address here under. Item number 7, the first question was whether Professor Mbati used university resources to defend himself during the process of review and set aside the Commission for Gender Inquiry, GCE reports in brackets. The factual metrics relating to the decision to review the GCE report was set out in my previous correspondence submitted to the Portfolio Committee. 7.2, the university records show that the interim chairperson of the University Council at the time, Mr. S. Maja, took a decision to review the CGE report pursuant to CGE's refusal to amend the report and note the evidence submitted by the university. This decision was communicated and ratified by Council. 7.3, the High Court proceedings to review and set aside the CGE report were instituted by the university, as the CGE report contained adverse findings against the university. The University's Council and Professor Mbati were joined to the proceedings as co-applicants purely because the university had a direct interest in the matter by virtue of the outcomes of the GCE report. 7.4, Professor Mbati would have been consulted by the university's legal representative regarding his role pertaining to the GCE report. However, he did not instruct a firm of attorneys to act on his behalf, including Bowman's. As far as the proceedings were concerned, Professor Mbati was what could be described as a passive litigant. The proceedings were driven entirely by the university through its attorneys of record. Accordingly, Professor Mbati did not use university resources to defend himself during the proceedings initiated to review the CGE report. The decision to take the CGE report on review was that of the University Council, and the proceedings were initiated by the university. 8, second question, next question. Settlement offer drafted by Bowman Union Incorporated, Bowman in brackets. Bowman is one of the university's legal representatives, acted and continued to act based on the mandate provided to them by the university. As such, any proposal made during without prejudice discussions in respect of an offer of settlement will be made in the execution of instructions provided by Bowman by the university. Bowman was instructed to draft the offer of settlement by the then Director of Legal Services, Mr. Edward Lambani, acting within his mandate. The offer was made without prejudice and was not accepted by Professor Pendler. As a result, Council was not appraised of the offer having been made, and it was not accepted. Had the offer been accepted by Professor Pendler, the University would have been made aware that there were prospects of settling the matter, and Council would have taken the final decision on whether to approve the settlement or otherwise. Then, that not being the case, this offer is of no relevance to any proceedings as it was not accepted. Council was never involved on the settlement negotiation by the Data Legal Services, meaning Advocate Mbati. 8.3. Furthermore, and in the light of the above, it is irrelevant why the copies of the offer letter could not be found. The offer is, as it is, inconsequential. The next question, number 9, custom report prepared by Messrs. Mashiro and Maimela. The response is followed. 9.1. As the date of the statement, I have not been able to locate the requested report, and I'm unable to confirm whether such a report exists. I'm, however, able to confirm the following. The university records show that the decision to detail CGE report on review was communicated to Council in a letter dated 30th January 2015 by the then interim chairperson of Council, Mr. Srobi Maja. This letter forms part of the record of these proceedings having been previously submitted. 1.2. The decision to take the CGE report on review was then ratified by Council. 9.2. I submit that it was appropriate and correct for the university to take the CGE report on review. The CGE report contained adverse findings against the university. Before finalizing the report by the CGE, the university was not afforded an opportunity to state its case. However, as a result of the action taken by the university, the CGE agreed to excise substantial parts of the report that expressed adverse findings against the university. 9.3. The decision by the CGE to excise certain parts of its report was significant. In my view, which view I believe is shared by the Council, the outcome of the review application indicated the Council decision to challenge the CGE report. 9.4. I submit, therefore, that the review of the CGE report was ratified by Council as per minutes of Council dated 17th April 2015, ESCO minutes dated 19th June 2015, and September 4th, 2015, respectively. See Council extra minutes attached hereto, Mark JL1, JL2, JL3, and the task report Annex JL4. Council has requested university management for a report on breakdown of legal costs. That's the next question. The then Director of Legal Service, Advocate Lambani, prepared a report on legal costs by Bowman for the period 2011 to 2017 as requested by EXCO. A copy of legal cost breakdown is attached here to and marked Annex JL5. It should be noted that the legal fees contained in this report are inclusive of Council's costs as briefed by Bowman in line with the university's instructions from time to time. Finally, I confirm attendance of today's meeting, 11th May 2021, and know that I remain committed to assist the Portfolio Committee in respect of the matters relating to the University's Council. I'm responding clearly to the questions that were put to me in writing, and that I will not be able to respond to any other matter not covered in the invitation letter that I received. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lekgeta. Maybe just a few questions from me before I open up for members. Are you aware of the concerns that were raised by EXCO regarding the application by the university to review the CGE report? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but what I'm aware is the minutes that basically ratified the decision to review. Okay. So the EXCO did ratify that decision. Both council and EXCO ratified that decision.
Are you aware of the task team that was appointed?
Of
the task team?
Well, over during my discussions and deliberations with yourself, I'm aware of Mr. Mashiho and Mr. The two gentlemen who were appointed, Mashiho and Mr. Maimela.
So what was the purpose of establishing the task team?
I think basically was to clarify this matter of the CGE report. But as far as I'm aware, I think there's no report that came from their deliberations.
Okay, you say that they were supposed to clarify how? Clarify the matter how?
I think the way that I interpret it now is the view that at the time the university was sort of implicated in some manner, and I'm not very clear in what manner it was. But and I think one of the issues that was being brought to the attention of everybody was that there was no evidence, or the university was not called upon to come and put its side of the story. Hence, the matter went on review. The purpose of the review was to bring the level of fairness in terms of that if you make allegations against somebody, that person must be afforded the opportunity to do that. And according to the record that I have, that had not been done.
Please, I'm going to request you to just answer the question that I'm posing. I know that you may want to get into another point, but we will come to that point. For now, what I'm asking is, what was the purpose of appointing the task team? What was its terms of reference?
Obviously, I don't know the terms of reference. What I can make out was out of the proceedings of minutes that I've referred to and the conclusion that was reached. I do have the advocate from the university and the VC there. They might be able to answer more detail because they're part of the environment at the time. What was interest for me was basically what was on record and the minutes that I could review.
Okay. In terms of the minutes that you have seen, what does the minutes say is going to be the duty of the task team?
I think, let me put it this way. For me, what I was interested was whether the matter was resolved. And I was pointed to the decision to resolve the matter and how it was resolved. So the original way in which this mandate was given, I'm pretty sure the two gentlemen who are present can answer that. But I was more concerned about the publicity or the negative publicity that it might have received and how that was dealt with.
Okay, Mr. Lekgetho, I'm going to request you please not to be evasive. This question is not complex, it's not a very difficult, it's a very simple question.
Yes, I would have not have seen the terms of reference.
Okay, I'm saying in your reading of the minutes, what do you understand to have been the task of this task team? What
I'm saying, I refer to, I'm not being evasive. My aim was not to go in to find what happened in the past. As I said to you previously, I'm fairly new in this position, and I've got a lot of other things that I needed to catch up with. When this matter was brought to my attention, I was more keen on how they resolved it, and I did not go back to, because I knew this institutional memory. So if that question, it is important, I think we've got the VC who was part of the council at the time, and I think the advocate there.
Okay. Let me just put it this way, because I think from what you are saying, it does appear that you don't want to, as you know it, because
that's my position on this matter.
Us on the question. We will have an opportunity to give closing statement. For now, let's just focus on the questions. Now, if I can put it to you that the reason why the task team was appointed in terms of the records of the university is because there was a concern that was raised about who authorized the application to court to review the CGE report. That council was concerned, EXCO was concerned, and then they appointed this task team to investigate and to report back to council.
Mm-hmm.
If I put it to you, will you deny that? That was why.
I think some of those pieces of information are what I gathered in one of your questions, that there was supposedly a concern.
But you deny that council did not know about that, and it was concerned, and then it appointed this task team.
Well, the fact that they appointed the task team, there could be some logic to that. But having not been in that meeting, I would not clearly say that they would understand the reason for that.
Okay, but you won't deny that the reason why the task team existed was because of the fact that the council did not know about the decision to review the CGE report. Council didn't take that decision, and therefore council then appointed this task team.
I think I think your analogy is right, because the fact that this was ratified post that, yes, council was concerned. If you follow that logic.
Yeah, I'm glad that we can agree on, because this is logic. These are in the documents of council.
Mm-hmm.
That what we have just said, that it was ratified post fact.
Yeah.
It is the records of council. So I'm glad that we are then on the same page on this one. So then the decision to review the CGE report was not a decision of council. You will agree to that?
Yes, because it was ratified later.
Yeah, it was not originally the decision of council.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You, in your statement, says Mr. Maja took that decision.
That's what it is on the statement, yes.
Yes, but would you agree that Mr. Maja did not have the necessary delegation to take that such a decision?
I don't know what level of delegation he would have had at the time in his capacity as the interim chairperson. I'm pretty sure in a lot of organizations there is a delegation of authority, the level to which people can make decisions. Now, I'm not aware who delegated authority at the time.
Okay.
I know now where I said how I would like to get delegation of authority working, but at the time I would not be aware what his delegated authority was.
Okay, I think it's a fair response. We don't know the delegations, but from where we are sitting ever since we started this process, we have not been told that Mr. Maja had the necessary delegations to commence that. In fact, Mr. Maja came here to the inquiry, and we asked him about who took the decision to review the CGE report. And his response was that council took the decision. That was his initial response. And I asked him, why did council take that decision? He said that council felt that they were unfair because they did not afford Professor Mbati an opportunity to make his representation. They did not interview him and all of that. And when it was pointed out to him that, in fact, what he was saying is untrue, is a lie, Professor Mbati indeed was given an opportunity as confirmed by the person who did the investigation. Then he turned around. So there's still an issue of him having to misrepresent facts to this inquiry.
Mhm.
But you know, something that was very interesting, Mr. Maja was not even aware of the letter that he is purported to have written. When we engage with him in a letter.
Mhm.
So, I don't know what would be your comment, because it does appear from Mr. Maja himself that he was not even aware that, in fact, he was saying to us that this is a decision of council when in actual fact it was not.
Mhm. Look, my view would have been, obviously with the passage of time, some of these issues become very difficult. And I would not have known the extent to which this thing stuck in his memory. Obviously, things in terms of your own priority, there are certain things that stack up very well in your memory. Others don't stack up. I would have no idea what to say about it. But what I would always like to stick to is that either the proper protocols have been put in place and delegation put in place, would not be having the discussion.
Yeah, but you see the problem here,
Mhm.
Mr. Lachet, it was not the absence of delegation or something like that.
Mhm.
The issue was that the university had an issue with the CGE report. University wanted to do everything possible to protect Professor Mbati. We have already established, and I'm not sure whether you're following, we have already established by just engaging with the two former chairperson,
Mhm.
the manner in which they handled that complaint of Professor Pendler was
Mhm.
not in line with the
Best practice, I think, or the standard ways of best practice.
with the policy. Remember, the university has got a policy.
Mhm.
So they did not implement the policy of the university. Had they implemented that policy, the CGE was not going to come in.
Mhm.
It only came in because the university failed to implement its own policy. Now CGE comes in, produce a report. They fight, the council fights that report. Not even council, I think Professor Mbati and Mr. Maja
Mhm.
fights that. So it was not the absence of that, it was a deliberate thing. I'm gonna put it to you, it was a deliberate action by Mr. Maja and Professor Mbati to fight this issue, which they frustrated it from the very beginning. What would you say to that?
Well, I wouldn't say much to that because I think I respect the pronouncement of the courts. So this matter was sent back on review, and there was a pronouncement by the court that those issues would be excised from the report.
We are
And
not.
I would take it from that point of view, because I would not be the authority to make a call on the decisions of the court. With due respect, it'll be very unfair for me, and I respect the judiciary.
Yeah, but why are you bringing the court? I've never mentioned anything about court.
No, we're talking about the report and what would be my view, because as I said to you, there was a review report.
No.
And I'd rather come to where I'm coming from, because I came at the end of this whole story. And my view was to say, did we follow all the processes and what the legal people said on the matter? So when it came to that, then I said, okay, then if the court did pronounce on the matter, I'm not going to go back and find out how we got here. But if the courts were able to correct the matter, my participation will end here on that matter. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna move from there because I don't think we're on the same page now. Mm-hmm. I've never mentioned anything about the court. I've mentioned the complaint and how it was.
No, I agree with you. I think all I'm saying is I hear what you say, but if this matter had not gone as far as gone to the courts, I would then have had a view of some form or the other. But because the court pronounced on the matter, I'll follow the line that was taken by the courts.
Okay, what did the maybe let's
well they basically sent all those paragraphs or whatever the findings were, and I even read the findings that they should be excised from the report.
And then what did the court say again?
Well, what was given to me by management at the time now is the fact that this matter was exercised, and I think even in my previous report I did say that, and from where I said that's fine if that's how it's been done.
Okay, so the only thing you know about the court is that it excised some parts of the report.
Of the report, yes, that we're purportedly saying something very negative about the university. And my interest would really have lied there on the university, on the side of Maja as a person who would have misrepresented the facts, or even the other chairperson. I would not want to get involved because I was then took a view that if the court had decided on the matter, I'll follow the prescripts.
Okay, so the only thing that you know about the court outcome of that review case is that
will be, yeah,
10 parts were excised. That's the only thing you know about
that's
the
the only thing that I would have been interested in. If the matter had dragged on, then I would have been forced to go deeper into the matter, what actually happened. But because what I was told and what was put before me was this particular matter, I really had no reason to doubt anybody's until somebody said something otherwise. Now that you're saying something otherwise, obviously says maybe we need to question some of the things. But at the time when...
Okay, Mr. Lekhet, I don't want to get too much into that because that's not what we want to do. What we want to do was the allegation that Professor Mbati utilized the university resources for his own defense and all of that's what we want to.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you very, very clear, very clear.
Listen to me, please, Mr. Lekhet. Let's just listen to me. I'm putting a statement and a question, and then you will respond. Don't interject me. So I'm saying that's what we are concerned about for now. But it's quite clear that you are here when we was talking about compliance with policy and how the CGE came in. Then you rush to court. When we get to court, then because you say that what you know about the court. I want to probe this thing because there is something that does not sit well with me about your responses. Maybe let's talk about the court. Now that you have decided to go to court, when I did not mention anything about the court. You say that what you know about the court is the fact that some parts of the report were excised. That is the only thing that you know.
All I was interested was what happened. I was then told by management this what was the outcome of it. That was it. And again, let me reiterate to you that this matters I only got aware of it August last year.
Yeah, but Mr. Lekhet, I did not mention court. You are the one who ran to court. So let's talk about the court now. You say that the only thing that you know is that the report was certain parts were excised. That's the only thing.
That's the only thing I can give you. Okay.
Do you know that the court instructed the university to implement that section, what section is that? I think 5.9 of the sexual harassment policy. Do you know that that was the decision of the court? I'm not aware of that. But why do you make court if you know nothing about what court has said? No, I think what I'm saying is, I'm here, and maybe let me repeat again, I'm here on hearsay. I'm a new chairperson, and information that I'll give you is what has been given to me. I would not have had the capacity to research everything, and I'm here to help the best of my understanding. And I thought you'd ask me to help you how we then resolve the matter, because I would not like this matter to occur again at the university.
And if there are issues that will happen, you want to deal with them, and you can tell me how you want to deal with them, and I'll support you. But I will not be able to engage in a lot of other discussions because I don't have a thorough background to the matter. But I think you're doing good work in trying to engage this because the issue of sexual harassment is a big issue in this country. But I can only help with questions that are very visible to me. And the ones that are very behind the scenes, I will not be able to help you.
Okay. You see, the point here is that I don't want you to be evasive, you see, because we were talking about the decision of council, that there was no decision by council. You yourself, that decision was post facto. There was no decision. It was something that was between Mr. Maja and Professor Mbati. And Mr. Maja himself knows nothing about that. Knows nothing about the fact that it is him who, it is said that he is the one who took a decision. He never knew anything about. In fact, he said it was a decision of council. So Mr. Maja does not know that he made a decision. Does not know that he made a decision. Now, I asked Professor Mbati a question. I said, why would this be the case? Why would such a big decision that is said to be made by the chairperson of council? The chairperson of council knows nothing about that. Now, Professor Mbati said to me and to this inquiry that Mr. Maja does not remember, so he has got a duty to remember and to recall these issues and these events on behalf of Mr. Maja. So you can see where the actual knowledge resides, not with the person who made the decision, somebody else. So I'm saying to you that because we want to probe whether there was resources that were used, I'm saying to you that one, there was no decision of council, which me and you agree.
Absolutely.
Two, there was a task team that was established by council. And the reason why that task team was established is because council was concerned about what happened, who took the decision. You agreed with me on that one, that is a logical thing, right?
I agree.
Three, you may not know, but I'm putting it to you that Mr. Maja was not aware of the fact that he took a decision to review this matter. He was not aware. Four, this application was made, signed by Professor Mbati to court. He was representing himself, he was representing the university, he was representing council. He's the only one who signed that affidavit. Do we agree with that? Well, this is a factual issue. Don't have
yes, I'm not aware of that. Yeah,
that's a factual issue. So maybe the last point on this one, but I'm not even sure whether to ask it because on the one hand, you are familiar with certain matters. On the other hand, you say it's hearsay, you're not aware. But affidavit says council was not given an opportunity to deal with or to respond to the CGE report. Are you saying that as something that it was said to you, or you are saying that to this inquiry as a matter of fact?
I think logically, if you read the material, it all says that they were informed at a later stage to ratify the decision to challenge the report. It's very clear in the decisions, because those decisions were were ratified. It was not a decision, it was a ratification of an event.
Okay, come again, Mr. Lekgetho. I didn't hear you there.
I think the minutes are very clear. That was a ratification, so it was not a decision originally taken by council to mandate that to happen. But council ratified that action. So if you say there was no decision of council original, yes, council might not have been aware. But I think what then happened, to correct the matter, then council ratified it. Okay. So your first point is correct. I agree with you.
Okay, no, I'm talking about your affidavit, where you are saying that the reason why Mr. Maja and Professor Mbati decided to litigate and review that was because CGE did not give council an opportunity to respond to the report. I'm saying, is that your statement or is that something that you have been told?
Well, it's part of submission that provided to me. But I think what you're asking me, I said, I do concur with you that this matter was not originally put to council.
Yes.
It came to council as a ratification, and therefore your assumption is probably right.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think finally we agree on what happened here, because these are the facts. I'm going to open then to members to engage with your testimony, to raise questions. I see Honorable Litzie's hands is up. Honorable Litzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Madam Lekgetho.
Yes, Mr. Litzie.
How are you, Mr. Lekgetho?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Do you remember earlier on this morning, around 9:04, when Mrs. Gangen was administering the oath, did you hear what she was saying?
Absolutely.
About, yes, about the statement that I shall give shall be nothing but the truth and all of those things. All right. No, thank you very much. Now, the last question that you have just answered to the chair now has been, well, I think you was asking it because it is covered in your witness statement 7.5.
Yeah.
Do you have your statement next to you?
Yes, I've got it.
Okay, can you read 7.5, please?
Accordingly, Professor Mbati did not use university resources to defend himself during the proceedings initiated to review the CGE report. The decision to take the CGE report under review was that of the University Council, and the process was initiated by the university.
And then in light of what you've just said to the chair now, would you
Honorable Litzie
agree if I put it to you that one of this is not correct? Your last question to the chair. Yeah.
Honorable Litzie, maybe let's ask you to switch off your video. I think you'll have more bandwidth there.
Is my network bad, Chair?
Yeah, it was bad, but now it's fine. Well, it's, if you switch off your
Yes,
video.
Chair. The video. Am I better now, Chair?
Yeah, you at least you are better than before. Yeah, proceed.
Okay, my video is off. Am I better? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
All right, so I was saying, having noted what you said to the chair, your last answer to the chair, with this statement, would you agree that one of them is not the truth?
I'm not sure which one is not the truth. What I said to the chairperson, I said, if we follow this logically, all the assumptions that we want to take back how the decision was reached, was that the decision was taken and then brought to council after the action for ratification. And I said to the chairman, I agree with you, because if I follow it logically, that's what happened. And I did say in my paragraph that dealt with that, I said, this was a subsequent decision, which was a ratification post the event.
Yes, but if you read the last part of 7.5, it says, the decision to take the CGE report on review was that of the and the proceedings were initiated by the university. That is not the same thing as
I think if we pick up one point.
Chair, let me log out and log in again.
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
Yeah, the network is not good, Honorable Litsia. I think Honorable Litsia has been kicked out of disconnected by the system. I think his connectivity is quite bad. I think he wants to come back again. Let's admit him. Maybe we should then check if there is another member who wants to engage, and then we'll come back to Honorable Litsi. Is there any other member who wants to engage? Honorable Litsi,
can I try again?
All right, try again. Let's see if it's gonna work. Continue.
Let's hope it's gonna work, Chair. Yes, I was saying, Mr. Lekweta, the statement, the second part, or the last part of 7.5, does not speak about ratification or ratifying it taken by council and initiated, but in fact, I want to open. It says the proceedings were initiated by the university. That is a totally different statement, don't you think?
In which way? I think let's put it this way. The university did not deny the authority. The only thing that I'm aware of, the authority was given post the action. And therefore, that's why in my statement, I referred to ratification. I did not say there's a decision of at the time. It was a ratification of an activity or an action that was taken by management together with the chairman of council.
What is your understanding of initiate?
You can still initiate as part of management. Yeah, you can still initiate. I hope I heard you. By initiation, it basically means an activity was started by management. And after they got to the end of that, they went back to council and say, we did not like what was there. Together with the chairman, we agreed to do the following. And the council then ratified that decision. What now the portfolio committee is asking is...
I think, Mr. Lekgetha, I think Honorable Litzia's question is quite straightforward. He's asking you to say, what is your understanding of initiating? Because you say council initiated. The proceedings were initiated by council.
No, what I'm saying, I'm taking the process that management, together with the chairman, initiated this activity. The activity then came to council after the conclusion for them to ratify it. I'm not changing what me and you agreed earlier on. I'm not changing that. But here's the question. What I'm saying, the ratification process, I've already covered that. It was ratified after the fact.
Okay. I think what Honorable Litia was saying, there seemed to be a contradiction between what you are saying and your statement, because your statements say the proceedings were initiated by council. Can you just say this statement again?
I think let me do this.
Okay,
I think
right.
once you
Mr. Lekgetha, please. Let's do this because we have to guide and direct the proceedings. Just read the statement again so that for the third time, I think.
At the same time, the GC report on review was that of the University Council, and the proceedings were initiated by the university.
So do
the statement is right because the university took ownership of the process. What you're asking me is a different thing. At what stage did they take ownership? And I agree with you, they took ownership post the effect. So every time they've taken ownership and they could not repeat what I've already said earlier on. Earlier on, I did say this matter came for ratification, which means they took ownership of the process.
Yeah, but the statement says the decision to initiate the review is that of the University Council.
Well, I think you can interpret it that way. What I'm saying, they've taken ownership of it.
Also, now there's an ownership that is put in the statement now.
Because that's all they're saying. They've taken ownership of that. That's why I say it's now a decision of council. It's no longer a decision of the two individuals that you mentioned. If I repeat again, I said to you, I'd agreed with you that the post-effect issue is the one that we both agreed. But now the university after that, as they manage it now, is when they manage it in their meetings where they've accepted the responsibility.
Honorable Litzia, continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we must agree that one of the two statements is not correct. But let's leave it at that. I think we will not go far. Let's go to paragraph 8. You made quite a number of points there, and I want to point you to a question, or maybe let me make a point based on what you said in paragraph 8. You are clear that Professor Mbati never instructed Bowmans on his behalf. What informed that assertion? What informs that assertion?
That, well, normally in all cases of the university, is the university that instructs the lawyers, and the lawyers of the university at the time was Bowmans.
Sorry?
Bowmans are the lawyers acting for the university in all their matters. And on this particular matter, they were acting on behalf of the university. I've not been informed as to whether the Professor Mbati had retained Bowman Gilfillan as also his own private lawyers. But what I'm aware of is that Bowman were the attorneys of record for the university. Yeah, and they would not. So they would have, what the process that I'm aware of is that any briefings will come through the legal department. At the time, the head of legal service was Advocate Edward Lambani, and who then have briefed the council. I specifically asked this process to be stipulated on record that what actually is the process that you follow when you engage lawyers. So the head of legal services is the one who must brief the lawyers, and that's what they're saying here. That he briefed, and Advocate Mbati, and I specifically asked him that question, and he said yes, he was the person who was briefing them.
Okay, let me put it to you that Professor Mbati said to us here, he's the one who disposed the affidavit on behalf of the university on the CGE review application. What would you say?
Look, I can believe him. I can believe Advocate Lambani. I'm not sure who to believe now. But on record, what I'm reading here is what is there. And if you come with new facts, they need to be questioned and evaluated.
Okay. So Professor Mbati was here with us. He appeared here the whole day in one day. So that's what he said, but it's fine. Now,
okay. We will note that. I will note and get an explanation. I will note it. Thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Okay. The facts before you is that the affidavit was disposed on behalf of the university by Advocate Lambani.
Yeah.
So those are the facts before you.
Let me not get to the affidavit. What I'm saying is, in terms of the brief would have then been made by Advocate Lambani. But in terms of what affidavits were made and who made an affidavit, I'm not aware of that. I did not ask that. What I wanted to find who was engaged in the laws and on whose behalf. The answer that I got is that the university had retained these lawyers and they had the responsibility to brief the lawyers. Now, obviously, if you say to me, Mr. Mbati, Professor Mbati did have has submitted a sworn affidavit at the time, it could have been relevant in terms of what was being done at the time. But whether they were representing him in his personal capacity or the university, I would not. I'm not sure that can be clarified. Maybe you have better information than I have, but yeah, we can clarify that.
Okay, so in your view, if indeed Professor Mbati is the one who disposed of the affidavit, do you think that would have constituted a conflict of interest?
No, because an affidavit is different, because he would have been in support of a motion that was brought by the university, because as we say, he was a silent, there's a word that they use here. He was a silent, let me get the exact word that was used, but there's a word, he was a passive litigant, and therefore, maybe in that process, he was allowed to do that. I'm not aware of proceedings, but that would be
noted that was the
layman's understanding.
He was at the center of the subject.
A passive litigant, yeah, it could be center of the subject, among other things, yeah.
Sorry, I could not hear that.
I say you are correct. He was also center of the subject on the matter, because the university joined in protection of their own image, not in protection of Professor Mbati's matters.
That was post facto. That is what you have established with the chair, right?
No, I said.
But I'm saying
the ratification came post facto to ratify all the activities that were carried. So, including the fact that Mbati was part of this submission. because the university had engaged the lawyers to represent them, but now because the matter were related to Mbati's issue, they then had to make sure that they protect their own image.
So when you say the university, you're talking about management, and the university council, you mean council. Is that, I want us to be on the same page.
University council and this management, and what I said to your honorable chairman was that once this matter had then come to council, they then took ownership of it by ratifying it. And therefore, if we point fingers now, we point at the council because they took ownership of this entire process by ratifying it.
No problem. I'm asking because sometimes you use the word university, so I want to understand. When you say university,
I'm talking about council. I'm talking about council.
You're talking about council.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. So let's accept your statement. Let's accept your reasoning and say now because the University Council ratified the decision, the blame solely rests on them. It is now their thing
to try and explain what happened. On what basis did they make that decision?
Yeah. Are you then therefore suggesting that?
Sorry? I agree with you that the next point is that on what basis did you ratify that? Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are you then saying we must then forget that there was somebody who was not brought to book who initiated the review process?
I think once we ask the council to be accountable, then it will be them then to say to us, to me and you, because I was not there, to say to them, can you please explain on what basis was this apportionment? Because council or the university council had taken ownership now of this process.
Yeah, no, we understand you are not there. I just want to understand your leadership style so that when I ask the certain next question, at least we are on the same page. So I'm asking you, if you were part of the university council at the time, would you not have been worried that the university council did not worry that somebody acted on their behalf and initiated the CGE report? Would you not have wanted to know, put measures in place so that whoever is found to have acted outside of their mandate are then brought to book?
Obviously, if that action was put into place, we would have ended up there. I'm not aware.
I'm asking
obviously, if it, you know what happened was there was a report that was instituted to be done by the two gentlemen. Out of that report, then that report would have come out would have been the fact that one of the things, please explain to us how the money was spent, and they would then have written a report and make the recommendation to council. That report never existed. If you ask me, I would say to you, council should then at the time have asked that this matter be fully investigated until we could have a fair conclusion.
Okay. The council at the time had put in place a task team to investigate those allegations. Now, you are saying there's no report of these two gentlemen,
yes.
Mesemodi.
Yeah,
there's no report, nothing.
Look at the report, yeah.
And then what did you say when you were told that there was no report?
I think, as I said to the Honorable Chairman right at the start, my biggest concern at the time, because this matter has been dragging in, I'm sure since 2011 or 2012, was how the matter was resolved and whether the university's role in this matter was excised by the court. And that's what I was told, and that's where my interest ended up. I would then have assumed that the council at the time would have done the necessary things to make sure this type of thing, if there was malfeasance, those malfeasance would have been taken care of. Now that you're saying you're not aware of, I'm not aware of any action being taken, but I think it's a matter that maybe you could raise that with me so that I could inquire into it. But at the moment, I can not get to know exactly on what basis was the terms of reference not carried out, and whether that committee ever met. But if it did meet, then we need to know what actually happened for that mandate to be terminated.
Yeah, because if I was you, I would have, if I got an answer that there is no report, I would have wanted to know why there's no report. Was money meant for the university ever paid to this task team? How much was it? What was the opinion of the Auditor General on such? And all of those things. If I was you, I would have done so. What would you say?
No, I wouldn't have done that. I think I didn't go in there to investigate matters of this. I think I need to look at governance issues. And where I start is I start from where I came in and said, I would like to see the following thing being put in place. But if people raise matters with me that I was not aware of, I then discuss with management. If I'm not happy with the answer, I can institute a discussion. You are now raising these matters, rightly so. And if you do request me, then I can ask further. But where I sit now, I was not mandated by anybody. I would not have found them out until somebody told me so. So you are telling me that. Then I expect that as part of your report, you'll highlight these things and say, maybe how far can we go to resolve the matter? But at the moment, I can't say anything because you're only bringing them to my attention now.
Yeah. Okay. I think from your statements, yes, you can hear me?
Yes, no, you went off completely. Just start again.
Okay. I think my network is still not improving.
Yeah. I can see your name appearing there. Just try again. No, you're gone now. You're back again.
Chair, maybe let me give you a chair, because I think if the network is not improving, it means I can't ask anything.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
Let's do this. Let's see if there are other members who wants to follow up.
Chair, can I let's make an issue? I think he can just put that thing in writing to me, and then you could then communicate it to me later on.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a couple of questions that he wants to ask you. So he will ask one question, and based on your response, and then follow up. So I think we should allow him to get a spot where at least the network is not bad. So we'll allow him to do that and then come back to him at a later stage. But if things don't improve, I think maybe we can revert back to a suggestion that he can.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be happy. I'll be happy to do anything.
Yeah. Maybe let's just do this because I don't see any hand for now. There was an issue about the task team report. Maybe before we get to the task team report, I think earlier on when we talked to the issue of the task team, you agreed, you sort of conceded to the logic of
Parliament.
Don't answer the phone, Honorable Makgatho.
No, unfortunately, it's one of you guys calling me from another thing that I have to do in my life, so it's very important. Yeah, but
I'm saying earlier on when we spoke about the task team, me and you sort of agreed with me about the logic why there was a task team. And I did say that the reason why council was concerned and they had to appoint a task team. And you agreed with me. You still agree with me about that logic?
I agree with you.
Okay. So the issue of the task team was not just a by the way thing. It was a very important concern that council raised. And they had to appoint that task team. Unfortunately, we don't have a report. And I think that we must insist that that task team give us the report. We will have to insist that the task team give us a report. But this ratification that you place so much reliance on, it was not just something that council was eager to do. It was a ratification of a decision post fact, of course, after the council had appointed a task team. The task team came back to report, and council decided to close the matter and to ratify. So council did not ratify this decision at the first opportunity when the matter was reported to them. You agree with that?
Well, the only engagement that I can pick up is when it was brought to council for ratification. I'm not picking up anywhere where the engagement could have happened. You might be better aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying council did not ratify the decision to review the first opportunity when the matter was reported to them.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, so they had to appoint a task team to inquire as to what happened. Why did the chairperson of council and the vice-chancellor go to court and initiate a matter and litigation in court without council approval? So that triggered an appointment of the task team. By council. So even the ratification by council, it was not the first opportunity they got. They were very happy. They embraced the decision and all of that. They were not happy. Me and you will agree that council was not happy about the action of Professor Mbati and Mr. Maja.
By appointing that committee to look at the matter further.
Yes. It means they were not happy. If they were happy, they would have said in the first instance, the first meeting, no, we are happy, we embrace the whatever action, and therefore we approve. So they were not happy. You agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you.
They were not happy. They appointed a task team. The task team went to do the investigation and reported. What we don't have now is the report of the task team, which we are going to insist that we must get that report. But only after the report of the task team, then council, and I would want to assume that council did that reluctantly then ratified a decision that was taken by the Vice-Chancellor and Mr. Maja after the report of the task team. So you'd agree with me about that?
Possibly. My one question is asking me that, what is the policy? What would have been the policy of council to assist in legal fees for a sitting employee or a sitting executive? Wouldn't they have that type of fee arrangement as part of this contract of employment?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Lefes. We are not even.
That's the point that maybe we should be asking again.
Yeah, we are not yet. We are not yet. Where we are is that one of the important decisions that's supposed to be taken by council, especially as it involves the most senior employee of the university. That decision was not taken by council. And I think me and you must agree with the action that was taken by council to appoint a task team to investigate why. Why was this decision taken outside of council? So council was right to do that, to be concerned, to appoint a task team. The task team came and presented whatever they presented, and then council ratified. So what we don't have is the report of the task team and the concerns that the task team might have raised as to what has happened. So me and you don't have that. But me and you knows that council was not happy about that. Not at all. You see, we agree with me still. You see,
yes,
this will be Mr. Makgatho. So you agree with me, council was not happy.
Yeah. If I could help the chairperson, what I did say to Mr. Letsie earlier on, I think he's raising an important point. I would not blindly have been aware of those matters, but if those matters are, somebody is aware of them and comes to me to explain myself, then we can put them as part of what you want me to be looking at. And I'll discuss with management and engage. I was not aware of some of the issues around that some of these very serious concerns and how we got here. And therefore, we need to question that.
Yeah, no, I think we will come to that because you see, we need to establish the facts, and out of understanding and knowing what happened, then we can then recommend corrective action. But we can't recommend corrective action if we don't know what happened in the past. Or maybe the reason why we are asking you a question is just to establish what might have happened in the past. So me and you have already established certain what you say is the logic. That the logic is that council was not happy. Council appointed a task team. The task team then presented a report. Then council then ratified that decision. So now we can't place too much reliance on not reliance, too much emphasis probably on the fact that council later on ratified. We can't place too much emphasis because that ratification was not something that council was happy just to do at first instance. So council had to go through the processes of say, why did you do this and all of that? So the task team had to be appointed. So that council then satisfied itself about what has happened. But where we are now, we don't have a report. The report might as well that what they did was wrong. The report might say that, look, they were under pressure and there was no opportunity to convene council, so council must ratify. So we don't know what the report says. But this decision that was taken, the council was not happy with, and it was taken by the chairperson and the person who is implicated in the report. So something is not right somewhere there. You see, Mr. Makgatho, to a reasonable person, something is not right there. You agree with me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's move from there. Let's go to the issue of conflict of interest. But maybe before we move there, just to close this issue of the task team, we will insist that we should get that report from your council, Mr. Lechet. We will also follow up and write a letter to the 2 persons who constituted the task team and ask that they must give us that report. But we will insist that your council and the university must make all the efforts to make sure that they get this report, because it's part of the records of the university. I don't understand why can't we get this report, because one of the important core in understanding what has happened in the matter of the review of the CGE report. So we are going to insist on that. Can we move to the issue of conflict of interest? Okay, Honorable Litsie, are you back? I see you say you have got.
Yes, Chair, am I better now?
Yeah, you seem to be better now. Yeah, continue.
Yes, just one question on the issue of the testing before you move. There's a number.
Yeah, you're still bad.
Network. Is it bad again?
Yeah, it's very bad.
Network today doesn't want you to contribute. It's still bad. Maybe if you just pose that question there.
Yeah,
in the platform. Because it looks like your network is still bad. Well, we'll come back to the task team. Mr. Lechet, let's go to the conflict of interest. And I want you to be honest in your understanding and interpretation of what is a conflict of interest. And I'm going to make a reference to this matter. Because it's an issue that I canvassed with the Professor Mbati quite and I would like to do that with yourself. Professor Mbati signed an affidavit, deposed an affidavit on behalf of the university. So it was on behalf of council, on behalf of management. Deposed an affidavit. He was the only person who signed that affidavit on a matter that involved him personally. The report of CGE talks about him and his conduct, and also talk about the university. There are some adverse findings there that was made in that report, which report, as you say, which part of those were then excised by the city. So it was a matter that involved him personally. So do you think that there are issues of conflict of interest? Is he not conflicted in this matter?
I'm not sure what affidavit did he depose of. Was the one relating to him directly, or the one relating to the role of the university in the matter?
Both. Remember, there were 3, I think, applicants. It was him. He was the first applicant. Yes, as a Professor Mbati, as a person. And then it was the university council, and then it was the university. So do you think
he should not have represented the council? The shepherd should have represented the council.
Yes, I think that is the most honest response on the issue of conflict of interest, because it involved him. he should not have represented council. I agree with you.
Mhm.
Now, so Professor Mbati represented council. And me and you know that at the time when he was doing that, there was no resolution of council authorizing him or authorizing the university as a statutory body to go to court and review the report of the CGE.
And one of the matters involving him.
And one of the matter involving him. And then he acts on behalf of the university when he's also conflicted. And you see, he uses the money of the university, the resources of the university to defend himself. Because he was the first applicant, meaning that the matters involve him as a person. And that action was then paid for by the university. Don't you think that there is undue benefit there, in a sense that he represents himself, but using the university resources? Don't you think that there is some undue benefit?
I think on the face of it, there could be undue benefits. But as I said to you earlier on, I'm not sure whether university policies, as far as the legal fees are concerned, but as far as him trying to represent or depose affidavits on all those three matters, that should not have been the case. He should have separated himself from all those matters. The two matters that had to do with the council and the university should not have had him represent, because it was the matter of the university challenging certain information. And he should have remained on his lane and dealing with his own matter only. But if those are...
Oh, Mom's here. What's happening now? Mom's here, please mute your mic and switch off your video. Okay. Mom's here, please switch off your video. Mom's I don't know whether you can hear us, but you are really disturbing the meeting now.
He's on mute.
We can see you. You can see you are moving your gadget there, but your camera is still on. Please switch on your camera, switch off your mic. Only switch on your mic and your camera when you are going to speak. Please don't touch your gadget, otherwise you are going to accidentally switch on your mic, switch on your gadget, your video, and it is going to disturb the meeting, please. Okay, sorry for the interruption, Mr. Makgatho, you're on the line, you're on the platform. I can't remember what we were talking about.
You're actually saying whether there's no conflict of interest, and I gave the three scenarios. Where he represented himself, he could depose on the affidavit. But where is the university? Because it was a university dealing with his own matters. The university should have represented itself exclusive of him.
No, I agree with you completely. Where you represent the university, there is no undue benefit for him. It's not an ideal situation for him to represent the university in a matter that concerns him personally. But there we can't talk of undue benefit. What for me becomes undue benefit is that he's one of the applicants. You see, and he uses the university resources. So he stands to gain personally from the success of the court application. Agree with me on that one?
Yes.
Okay. let's move, because I put this question to him on several times and he was very evasive. He didn't want to give a straight answer, because I did say to him, Professor Mbati, the report implicates you personally. He accepted that the report implicates him personally.
Mhm.
So he was challenging the report in his personal capacity, because he was the first applicant. Yes, he was challenging that, but it was cancelled, and so there was just something that I did not understand what he was saying, because Professor Mbati acted in his own capacity, sometimes acted against the university. So there are instances where he was the person who is affected and acting on his own and acting against the university. Maybe let's come to that issue. I'm not sure whether you were the chairperson of council or not, where there was an action in the is it the Toyando High Court, where Professor Mbati challenged the decision. He was not really challenging the decision of council. He was setting aside the report of the mediator, Mr. Lavari Mudisi. Were you in the council by then?
No. I only joined the council February last year, sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. I don't have to ask you that question. But in that instance, he acted on his own against the university and against the council of the university.
Council decision, yeah.
Now recently, Mr. Lekhet, the university, and I don't know whether it's gonna be, was it the university council or the university management, but last year we received letters from, I think it was also Bowman Gilfillan, representing the university, threatening Parliament with litigation, with an agent high court application to stop the portfolio committee from conducting this inquiry. For various reasons that they were raising, that the matters were finalized in court and all of this. It was almost the same as the letter that we received from, not the same as in line by line, but raising similar issues. The letter from Professor Mbati challenging the inquiry. As a result of that, we had to retreat and not to proceed with the inquiry and look at the two letters and get legal advice. And after that, I think it's a matter of public record that we had to revise our terms of reference. Just to make sure that we don't deal with the aspects that were an issue of concern to Professor Mbati in particular, about us having to deal with the issues that have been decided by the courts. Now, I want to ask you a question as to who authorized the initiation of that legal challenge to Parliament. Was it the council of the university? Was it yourself? Was it the university management?
None of the above. So not me, it was not the council. I think I've asked the VC will talk to that matter in particular. I'm aware of that. I think the sequence of events might best explain it, but the council and myself are not aware of that. It was brought to my attention, and the VC will be dealing with the matter. He'll be best placed to deal with the matter.
Has it been brought to the attention of council?
No, not as yet.
So we are back to what happened 10 years ago, where an action was initiated by the Vice-Chancellor. You know, maybe let me just explain that part before I just deal with this one, the part that Honorable Litzia was talking to. You know, when you sign the application, the affidavit, initiate a case on behalf either of yourself or on behalf of the institution that you are representing. So when the court looks at the matter, all what they see is your signature, and probably they assume that you have got the necessary delegation, you have got the legal standing to represent the institution. That's law. So, which is what has happened in the case of the review application. It was Professor Mbati who deposed that affidavit. As to who prepared the affidavit, how was it prepared, it does not matter. What matters is that the person who gives effect to the legal action is you who signs. You say, I'm entitled, I'm legally, empowered. All of that. So it becomes you who initiate. You understand that point?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, so that is the point that the Honorable Litzia was making. So I'm saying on this one also, what you are saying is that it was management, it was not a council decision. So we will then, I think, canvass this point when the VC comes. But for me, on the first question of the issue of undue benefit, utilizing the resources, I think we are done with that point. But I saw that Honorable Litzia had asked something on the platform. Okay, it's asking for the minutes of the 10th of April, which was the date of the council meeting that was receiving the task team
report.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we'll deal with that. We will further go and look at what actually happened there. Yeah.
From my side, in as far as that is concerned, I think I'm done. I don't know if members wants to canvass the other points that we ask you. I think the other point was the issue of the settlement. I don't know if members wants to comment on the issue of a settlement proposal. Okay, on the settlement proposal, maybe if I can just come in here. Mr. Lekgeta, we do have a letter from Mr. Bowman-Gil, not Mr., from Bowman-Gilfillan, the attorney. The letter that was written to the attorneys of Professor Pendler. So that letter from Bowman-Gilfillan stipulated the settlement and the conditions of the settlement. What we know is that initially it was not accepted, but later on Professor Pendler was advised to accept the settlement. And when she came back to accept the settlement, they were told that the settlement had been withdrawn. Now, we were trying to establish who actually gave that sort of instruction. We were with the advocate, is it Advocate Lambani? Yes, we were with him. He explained to us what happened. He said he actually came the idea. And then he discussed that idea with the person who was the director in the office of the VC, Dr. Chitereke. And both himself and Dr. Chitereke said, no, this is a good idea. Let's take it forward. And then they discussed it with the DVC for operation. I can't remember his name. Who also said, no, look, in view of the money that we are spending and the need for us to save on the cost, let's put this proposal on the table. Now, it doesn't become clear as to what then happened. Was it Professor Mbati who then authorized that proposal, that settlement agreement must be sent? Or was it Advocate Lambani? Or we don't know who authorized that. But what we know is that settlement proposal was put. It was sent to the attorneys of Professor Pendler. And as I said, initially they did not agree to it, but later on, after being advised, they wanted to accept the offer, and at that point, the offer was no longer on the table. So I think the question that we wanted to find out from yourself is, and I think you did say that council was not involved.
Yes.
So who do you think was ultimately responsible for authorizing that offer must be made, that settlement proposal?
Chair, my understanding is following that. I think Advocate Lambani himself initiated those type of discussions. At that time, they were thought to be private discussions. And then with the view that once they found ground, they will take them to the next level. My understanding of the matter is that they couldn't find ground on the proposal, and therefore he withdrew from the whole matter and could not proceed. So he now even came to council.
Okay, because the view from the other party, including Professor Pendler herself, in some of the correspondence she shared with us, they were of the view that that offer was made by Professor Mbati as the head of the institution. They were of that mind that this was an offer that was made by Professor Mbati, and then suddenly it was withdrawn. Do you think it was a fair, not a conclusion, assumption? Do you think it was?
I don't think it would have made any logic for Mbati to have even got involved near that matter, because he was one of the affected parties. My understanding, I think, internally management, executive management team just felt this matter just taking them too far. Let them find a solution. I think they were then going to discuss at that level and then escalate it upwards. But because they could not even agree on some of the issues, they then abandoned it.
No, there was a formal offer, Mr. Lekhetla.
Yes, what I'm saying, that offer, which was still at a very basic stage, was presented. I'm aware that the letter was written, but because then it was rejected at the time, they felt no need to take it to the EMC and eventually to council, because if it gets related, I think it could put in a simpler words, interested people within the university who felt that why don't we get guys engaged to solve this problem, because it's costing us money. And they were then doing that among friends or among colleagues, sort of. And then they thought they would then take it up and take it to executive management committee, eventually to council. So that was my understanding. But it didn't see day of light, so that's why it ended up there.
Okay, no, I think that's fair. That's fair enough, Mr. Lekhetla. I think what you are saying. But do you also accept that ultimately Professor Mbati would have been involved in those internal processes?
I wouldn't know how the structure would have been. In my view, he should not have gotten involved because he was an affected party. EMC should have taken among themselves, and when they
first base you find yourself, it's quite a serious issue. You can't involve yourself in matters that involve you.
I agree with you.
Yes, but otherwise, from my side, I think I'm fine with yourself, Mr. Lekhetla. I don't know if there are any other members who would still want to engage with you. I think there is no indication, so I would like to thank you, Mr. Lekhetla, for coming to assist the inquiry. For always agreeing, you are great in the past to come. I think was it once or twice. I think you are back with us again, and at all instances there was no indication that you are reluctant to come. We had to invoke whatever powers that are there. You've always been willing to assist the inquiry. And I would like to thank you very much for making yourself available, because we exercise public power. As a chairperson, you are appointed by virtue of the statutes of the university and the Higher Education Act. So the power that you have, that you exercise over that university, is public power. It's power conferred to you by legislation and other statutes. And so it's important when we exercise, because we become public officials. We are at all times subjecting ourselves to accountability. We subject ourselves to scrutiny, and I would like to thank you for that. Of course, we had a very frank conversation, and there are certain matters that we had agreed with yourself, and basically in most of the matters, we tended to agree outside of what is the affidavit. So, which was a good conversation, I think. So thank you very much, Mr. Lekhetla, and good luck with your work as the chairperson of council there. We want to visit your university. We thought that we could come there early, but as you know, there were some restrictions that were imposed. We could not come. One of the good days before we conclude our term, we would like to visit the university and interact with yourselves there and members of your council. Thank you very much, Mr. Lekhetla.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, I think, for giving us the opportunity to clarify the issues of concern. I think you are within your rights to question some of the issues. Decisions that we do make as a council. It's important that the oversight role of your committee be recognized and that you have the right to exercise that. Important thing is communication, that we communicate. We don't make assumptions about things and be frank in our discussions. What I try to create is a platform of being frankness and open about the matters so that we all build this nation. We have a good role to be responsible citizens, make sure there's a better place for everybody. With those words, I thank you and wish you good luck with your committee. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lekhet. Just to summarize, we would like to get the report of the task team. I know that you are not able to find it, but please, as you go back,
we will discuss it.
Yes, together with the minutes that the Honorable Litsia was asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we proceed? With the Vice-Chancellor. Let me just check something here quickly. Okay. Okay, I'm reading this thing here. Good morning, Dr. Bennett Ntambeleni, the Vice-Chancellor.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you for coming to the inquiry. As you know that we've asked you to prepare a statement. We have received your statement. We are going to ask that you should read that statement for the record.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My statement that I'm about to read is dated 10 May 2021. It is addressed to the Honorable Chair, MP Mr. Mapulane, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Technology. The subject read as follows: request to appear as a witness before the PC on Higher Education, Science and Technology Oversight Inquiry into the appointment of Professor Peter Mbati as the Vice-Chancellor of Sefako Makgatho University and related matters. Paragraph 1, Chair. On the 21st of April 2021, I received correspondence from the Honorable Mr. Mapulane, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology, the Portfolio Committee. In terms of this correspondence, I'm required to prepare a statement relating to the allegations made against me, which the Portfolio Committee views as being of serious nature. Further, I am required to appear before the Portfolio Committee's inquiry into the appointment of Professor Peter Mbati as the Vice-Chancellor of Sefako Makgatho and related matters on the 11th of May 2021. Paragraph number 2. In the letter dated 21st April 2021, the allegations against me are set out as follows. 2.1, I was one of the members of the University of Venda Council that was close to Professor Peter Mbati. 2.2, I was appointed to occupy an administrative position. Paragraph number 3, on the 6th of May 2021, I addressed a correspondence to Honorable Mapulane, in terms of which I pointed out that the allegations as set out above are vague and that I'm unable to respond thereto. Paragraph number 4, on the 7th of May 2021, Honorable Mapulane responded to my letter and set out the following as allegations against me. 4.1, you are a former member of UniVen Council and you were subsequently appointed to occupy the position of the new VC of UniVen. 4.2, you had a close relationship with Prof. Mbati, and Mbati may have unduly influenced your appointment as the Vice-Chancellor of UniVen. 4.3, you were a member of Council of UniVen when the matter of filling the vacancy for the position of the VC was discussed and approved. Paragraph number 5, I've been made aware of the terms of reference in respect of this inquiry. In summary, the terms of reference relate to 5.1, the alleged failure of UniVen management to implement sound financial and supply chain management processes and to properly manage the institution, including various infrastructure projects during the period 2008 to 2018. 5.2, the alleged improper processing by UniVen of a sexual harassment complaint against Prof. Mbati by Prof. Pendler, a former employee of UniVen. This will expressly not include any deliberations on the merits of the complaint. 5.3, the alleged fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to the use of external service providers and legal consultants by UniVen. 5.4, the appointment process of Prof. Mbati as the VC of SMU in order to determine whether SMU complied with applicable prescripts in making such appointment. Paragraph number 6, the allegations which I'm now required to respond to are in no way related to the terms of reference for the inquiry. I cannot foresee how my responses to the allegations will assist the inquiry in making any determination on the issue set out in the terms of reference as discussed above. Accordingly, it is my view that the portfolio committee is now exceeding its power and proceeding with matters which fall outside its mandate. The allegations I'm now required to respond to are, in my considered view, malicious and disconnected in furthering the purpose of this inquiry. Paragraph number 7, it further appears that the portfolio committee now seeks to conduct an inquiry into my appointment as a Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Investor Vendor. This is apparent from the questions I'm required to respond to. Again, this illustrates that the portfolio committee is now acting outside of the terms of reference of the inquiry. Paragraph number 8. The manner in which the inquiry is now being conducted is that it allows hostile and disgruntled former employees of UniVen who are called to give evidence at the inquiry and make wild allegations which are uncorroborated and irrelevant to the terms of reference for the inquiry. And thereafter, the university, either directly or through staff or council members, is required to respond thereto. This cannot be a manner in which inquiry of this nature is conducted. The committee, the portfolio committee, bears a legal responsibility to confine itself to its terms of reference and be seen to be fair, unbiased, and consistent in executing its oversight responsibilities. Paragraph number 9. Despite my apprehensions and concerns above, I wish to respond to the allegations which I'm able to respond to herein below. Allegation number 1, you are a former member of the UniVen Council and you were subsequently appointed to occupy the position of the VC of UniVen. Paragraph number 10. I confirm that I am a former member of the University of Venda Council, and I was subsequently appointed to occupy the position of the new VC, Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda. Paragraph number 11. On or around 13 April 2018, the vacant post for the position of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda was advertised by an external headhunting company, the Academic Partners, in the Mail and Guardian newspaper. The Academic Partners is the higher education executive search company that had placed over 8 vice-chancellors and principals, numerous deputy vice-chancellors, deans, heads of department, professors, and associate professors in most of South Africa's universities and 3 neighboring cross-border universities. I applied for this position on or around 19th April 2018, and I was subsequently shortlisted, interviewed, and selected as a preferred candidate. Paragraph number 12. At the time when I made a decision to apply for the vacant position of the VC, I ceased my participation in council meetings where the matter relating to the applications of the vacant position of the University of Venda Vice-Chancellor and Principal would have been discussed due to potential conflict of interest. Paragraph number 13. On 1st of January 2019, I commenced my tenure as the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda. Allegation number 2. You had a close relationship with Prof. Mbati, and Prof. Mbati may have unduly influenced your appointment as the Vice-Chancellor of UniVen. Paragraph 14. In my letter to Honorable Mapulane on the 6th of May 2021, I requested clarification as to what constitutes a close relationship. I've not been provided with this clarification. Para 15, although I've not been provided with this requested clarification, I can confirm that during Professor Mbati's tenure as the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, him and I had a cordial yet professional relationship, as would be expected between the University Council and its Vice-Chancellor. I'm not aware of any university policy that prohibits this. Para 16, regarding whether Prof. Mbati unduly influenced Council to appoint me into my current position, safe to state that this again is a preposterous and a vague allegation. I believe that Professor Mbati and the University of Venda Council are parties who are best placed to respond to this allegation. I'm not aware of how Prof. Mbati could have influenced Council and whether he did. This is even more so given that Professor Mbati's term as the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda expired on the 31st of January 2018, more than a year before my appointment. In my view, it will be highly improbable for him to influence Council after his departure. This is unwarranted malicious allegation that continue to cast aspersions on the integrity of the University of Venda Council and its processes. Allegation number 3, you were a member of Council of UniVen when the matter of filling the vacancy of the position of the VC was discussed and approved. Para 17, I confirm that I was a member of Council when the matter relating to filling the role of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal that will be left vacant by Professor Mbati was discussed and approved. As stated above, once I took a decision to apply for the position, I ceased my participation in council meetings where the matter relating to applications of the vacant position of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal would have been discussed due to potential conflict of interest. Para 18, I'm not aware of any university policy, statute, nor the Higher Education Act prohibiting a council member from applying for the position of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal. In this regard, I ensure that I took the necessary step to exclude myself from any meetings of council where the process relating to the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor and Principal was to be discussed. Para 19, I maintain my stance that concerns raised by the university lawyers were legal points and or arguments. Accordingly, given that I'm not a legal expert, I'm not equipped to engage the portfolio committee on matters of legal nature, as this will cause prejudice to the university and I. Paragraph number 20. Despite my serious apprehensions and concerns about the scope and terms of the reference of this inquiry, I responded to the best of my knowledge to your invitation letter and will not be able to respond to any other question outside the invitation letter. Paragraph 21, I hereby confirm my attendance at the inquiry on the 11th of May, 2021, signed Dr. Ntambeleni B, date 10 May 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, VC. Yeah, we heard you. Okay. I don't know where to start. Maybe I should. Maybe I must start with an explanation. The explanation and the context for us to invite you here is because of allegations which were made against you by one of the witnesses. And we explained that in our letter to yourself, where the witnesses were saying, in the first place, before I just continue with what the witness was saying, ourselves here, we were not aware that you're a member of council before you got appointed as the Vice-Chancellor. It was only brought to our attention when one of the witnesses was giving testimony here. So we only felt that it is fair that we must bring this to your attention, that a witness has indicated this, that you were a member of council before you were appointed as a Vice-Chancellor, and Professor, you were very close to Professor Mbati, and Professor Mbati did this and that. For you, it's not for us to reject that allegation. It's for us to follow it up, given the fact that they are made against the Vice-Chancellor, and we are told that the Vice-Chancellor was a member of council. And so we felt that probably can be of assistance to us to respond to these allegations, but also to, as a member of the former council, maybe just to clarify some other aspect relating to what happened under your watch as the member of council. So that's why we invited you to come. So this inquiry is not probing your appointment as a, it's not an inquiry into your appointment, but we want to understand it because it's raised in the context of issues of good governance at the University of Venda. So I thought I should just explain that one, that it would have been very irresponsible of the portfolio committee not to follow up such serious allegations that have been made formally under oath during this inquiry. It would have been very responsible of us not to do that. So we are not the ones making allegations. Allegations have been made. We're simply following up on them. So I thought maybe I should just explain that. I hear that you're raising quite a number of issues. We're acting outside of our mandate, outside of our terms of reference. We're doing this thing in a very malicious way. We basically are a bunch of people who don't understand what we are doing, who are engaged in a witch hunt exercise against people. So maybe we should start from there, VC, and try to probe you to understand what do you think is an oversight responsibility of Parliament that gets exercised through the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. What is your understanding of our oversight role in terms of the Constitution? What do you understand as to what do you think we should be doing in exercising oversight? Do you think that if there are serious allegations that are made against an organ of state, which falls within our portfolio, we have got no business following up those serious allegations? I'm asking a question.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to respond. Chair, I don't dispute your role as a portfolio committee. You've got a duty to investigate, as you indicated earlier. My statement is with regard to the terms of reference of your inquiry, that my reasoning and my statement arose from that fact. It's not arising from the role that you play as a public, as a portfolio committee. I'm aware, in terms of the roles of the portfolio committee, of all, committees of Parliament. You have to make sure that you investigate, you follow the matters that are related to public interest and the like. So I'm aware of that. So in my statement, I'm not disputing your role as stipulated by Act of Parliament. I was sort of indicating to the nature in which the issue appeared to me.
Okay. Okay, I'm glad that we agree that what we are following up is what is within our mandate. But what you are saying is that for this inquiry, the terms of reference that we have approved and what we are doing are outside of the terms of reference. Now, I want you to identify the things that you think we are doing which are outside of what we have set out at the terms of reference. What exactly is it that the inquiry is doing that is outside of the terms of reference?
I read a statement on my, when you gave me a space. And then I referred to you that the issue that you said I should respond to, which seeks to speak to my appointment, these are not covered in your statement, in your terms of reference.
Okay. But it's an issue that arises in the course of our inquiry about you being a member of council and the position being approved of a Vice-Chancellor, you sitting in that council. After the advert, you applying for the position. and you being successful in that process. So do you think it's not an issue that deals with good governance in the university, which is part of our terms of reference?
Chair, with all due respect, your terms of reference, if I can read it again to you, Chair, if you'll allow me to do so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The first one, 5.1, the alleged failure of UniVen management to implement sound financial and supply chain management processes and to properly manage the institution, including various infrastructure projects during the period 2008 and 2018. 5.2, the alleged improper processing by UniVen of a sexual harassment complaint against Prof. Mbati by Prof. Penda, a former employee of UniVen. This will expressly not include any deliberation on the merits of the complaint. 5.3, the alleged fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to the use of external service providers and legal consultant by UniVen. 5.4, the appointment of process of Prof. Mbati as the VC of SMU in order to determine whether SMU complied with applicable prescripts in making such appointment. So those are the terms of reference that I'm aware of in terms of your inquiry. And hence, when I raised to you that, the issue relating to my appointment is not covered in the ones that I've just read.
Okay, so you think that if there are issues of good governance which falls within the scope of our remit, if they arise during the inquiry, we should not follow them up. We should turn a blind eye to those issues that gets raised during the process of the inquiry. Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying the Chair. I'm stating what I believe to be the fact in my view in terms of the scope of your terms of reference.
No, I'm saying we followed up on matters of good governance in the university, which squarely fall within our functions as the portfolio committee. And you are saying that we should not have done that. I'm saying that you say it's outside of the terms of reference, and therefore as a portfolio committee, you don't have the power to follow up on the matters that are raised regarding good governance.
Chair,
I want you and me to agree on what is it that we did, which is outside of what the portfolio committee should not do. So if we're doing something that is wrong, we stop from doing that because we don't have the authority to do that. We don't have the powers to do that. The Constitution does not empower the portfolio committee to do that.
Chair, I'm not saying that. I think you should hear me out here. I'm saying, based on the terms of reference that you sort of put this inquiry and what I was asked to respond to. I'm raising it to you to say I've got difficulties because things that I'm required to respond, in my view, are no way related to any of the terms of reference that you put before this inquiry. That's what I was raising to the committee.
Okay, but you are also saying to us that there is nothing wrong in the portfolio committee following up on issues of good governance, issues that are raised in the course of us doing our work, including in the inquiry. You are saying there's nothing wrong in us following that, or you're saying there's something wrong in us following that. I want to understand your position that the matters does not fall strictly within the terms of reference, which you have made a point, you've issued out, you've read out the terms of reference. But you are not saying that when the matters of good governance are raised, we can't follow them up. Or you've got an objection is us following up through the inquiry, or you want us to follow those matters up outside of the inquiry. So I don't understand exactly where you come from.
Chair, when you started early this morning, you said, you had difficulties in getting me into this meeting today. And then you said you had to revoke that, you will subpoena me to come into that, hence maybe my coming here. And Chair, again, if I have to take you back, in terms of how you said it, you wrote a letter to me that I responded to you to say, I find this to be quite very vague, that, I must come and talk and say, I was one of the members that was close to Professor Mbati. So I said to you, please assist me, by explaining what do you mean by close, because I'm not aware in terms of the context that you're using. And then you responded to me. And then I responded to you. And then in my response, I'm saying, despite my apprehensions on how that this matter doesn't relate to the text of reference, I have, however, responded to the questions that you request. So this is the context that I want to put it, Chair, before you and the members of the committee.
But have you answered my question? Or must I repeat my question?
You can repeat it, Chair.
You did not get what I was saying.
I just said you can repeat it.
No, I'm asking, did you hear what I said, what my question was?
Chair, if I said repeat it, I didn't hear your question. It will be wrong for me to say repeat the question if I had it, Chair.
Okay. Please listen very carefully, and I'm going to ask you to listen. Respond to the question I'm asking you. Don't repeat what you have said. We have listened to you when you read your statement. I'm asking you, I want to understand the basis of your objection. The portfolio committee is empowered to do oversight over the executive and all organs of state that fall within our portfolio. As part of doing that oversight, we then conduct this inquiry. In the course of conducting the inquiry, we come across issues that relate to good governance in an institution, such as the University of Venda. Allegations are made in the inquiry. Now we follow up those allegations by writing to you to come and clarify, because they were made in this forum. They were not made, these allegations, VC, were not made by any of the members here. They were made by a witness who came before the portfolio committee, before this inquiry, made those allegations. All what we are simply doing, we're following up, we're giving you your right, in terms of the audi alteram pater. We're giving you the right to come and rebut the allegations that were made in this platform about a number of things. Now, you are saying that we are not supposed to do that because it is outside of the terms of reference of this inquiry. Now, I'm asking you, what exactly is your objection? Are you objecting to the fact that the portfolio committee, as part of executing its mandate, during this process when it was conducting an inquiry, followed up on the matters of good governance at the University of Venda? Do you have a problem with that? Is that what you are objecting to? Or what you are objecting is that we should not do that within this inquiry? So I wanted to understand that you're saying objecting to the authority that the portfolio committee is having to follow up these matters, or you are objecting to the fact that we should not do that as part of this inquiry. That's my question. That's what I wanted to understand, because we must make a determination to move forward. If you say to this portfolio committee that you don't have the authority to follow up allegations which were made here, then that is the end of the matter. Then we know that we do not have any authority, any power to investigate or to inquire into matters of good governance in a university. According to the Vice-Chancellor, we don't have the Vice-Chancellor of UniVen. Or the Vice-Chancellor is saying to the committee, you've got the right to do that, but don't do it as part of the inquiry. But that authority you do have. I want to understand so that we can make a distinction. And then I can be able to explain to you how we then can proceed forward.
Chair, you as a committee, as a portfolio committee of Parliament, you don't get the rights to conduct inquiries from me as a public member. Those are, I do know, they are enshrined in our laws. So that I cannot dispute and say that, I've got powers to tell you what not to do or what to do. All I was saying to you were that, the terms of reference that you stipulated for this inquiry and what now you seek to probe, in my view, were unrelated. I'll give an example. The issue about Professor Mbati's and how issues were resolved at the university. And now, there's a reference in terms of how Mbati now played his role to unduly influence council for my appointment, and which I've got very serious, difficulty to understand. So I'm saying those issues, in my view, Chair, they can be better served if they are being delineated. Because in my view, as I said and read in my statement, in no way the issue that relates to Professor Mbati come to play in my appointment as a VC. Hence, I'm saying maybe it would be better served if you had a separate terms of reference that will look into these objectively without reference to Prof. Mbati.
Okay. I now hear you. I don't think you've got a fundamental objection with us pursuing this allegation. All what we are saying is that we should not have linked it to this inquiry on the appointment of Professor Mbati. That's what we are saying.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Now let me explain to you why we are doing that. VC. We are probing allegations that were brought to our attention during the this inquiry. And we have got a duty to be fair in our process. When a serious allegation is made against a person during a committee of parliament, we have got a duty to invite that person to come and answer those issues, allegations, especially if it is in this platform. So we're doing this thing out of fairness, out of understanding that you also have rights as a person. So we're granting you this platform to come and respond to the allegation. These allegations, let's just be clear about one thing, Doc. It is not us who's making the allegations against you. It's not us. It's a witness who appeared before us. All what we seek to do is to give you the right to come and deal with those allegations. That's all what we are doing.
Okay.
And we are doing this thing not out of acting, out of the authority that we have, because we do understand our mandate as parliament, as parliamentarians, as a portfolio committee, that we can exercise these powers. So it is not something that we are doing outside of something that we cannot do. So we have got the right to come and understand how you are appointed. We've got the right to come and do oversight over your appointment process. But we don't want to interrogate these issues to that extent. All what we are saying is that an issue has been raised against you, please come and rebut the allegations. But I think what we may not be understanding each other, or where we might be moving from two different premises. You are moving from the premise that we are making allegations against you. And we are saying, no, 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 it's not us, it's a witness who did that. That's why probably you're a bit agitated and unfairly attacking the portfolio committee for doing its work. Because when you say that we are acting outside of our mandate, we derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic. And part of our mandate is to look at good governance. VC. To look at.
Can I ask? You said a mouthful. You said a statement, and I would have, Chair, so that I don't lose track of what you're raising. If maybe you can just allow me, maybe opportunity to maybe make a comment or respond to some of what you have raised, because
Okay.
If you made a very long statement, I'll lose my thought in terms of the process. If you may allow me, Chair, I'm just pleading with you.
Yeah, no, continue.
Okay, Chair, the issue that you raised is quite well known to me, that, people came and make allegations. But where I'm coming from, Chair, I'm not a legal person, but I've got a view that says, if you allege something, you must be able to prove it, because we are living in a space and time where the lives of people has been really seriously damaged out of careless allegations that were made by people that were not thinking properly. Now, I'm saying it's the duty of the committee when such allegations of that nature have been made, where they had a potential to damage somebody's name and reputation in public. That is a duty of the portfolio committee, in my view, Chair, to make sure that, whoever that is alleging those have to be very sure of what they're saying, because they are, in my view, speaking under oath. So they cannot just come and say wild, allegations which cannot be uncorroborated. And then, of course, these become issues that are on the public space. That's where, Chair, I'm coming from. And I'm glad that you gave me the space to come and talk to this issue, which I'm doing, Chair.
Yes, that's exactly the point, Prof. Exactly the point, that we must afford you an opportunity, afford you a platform to come and rebut the allegations that are made against you. Allegations are made in public, in a public forum. And we think one of the issue about fairness is that they must be rebutted in a public forum. If they are made in a public forum, we must afford you an opportunity to come and rebut, as you are doing, correctly doing. You would not have been rebutting this allegation had we not given you this platform. So that's all what I'm saying about the issue of fairness. Doc.
That's fine. I agree with you, Chair.
Yes. So I just want to get into something else. You see, I'm just raising this preliminary issue so that we start from the same premise as we move forward. Because I see you've really went to town in venting out your anger and your frustration and attacking us.
Chair, I'm sorry if I'm appearing to be hostile to you, Chair. That's not my intention. I am a public servant. I am somebody that understands the laws of this country, and I'm somebody that want to ensure that we make, material changes and benefit to the life of our people. So my apology, Chair, if I'm appearing to you as if I'm hostile. That's not my nature. I was just raising the issues that, Chair, were of a concern to me.
Yeah, yeah. No, I want us to deal with these preliminary issues so that we can put them aside and then get on with the issues at hand. I want to get to that paragraph. Okay, I think that there was a point where I think you already responded to it, because I wanted us to understand. I got a distinct impression when you were speaking that you do not want to be held to account, VC, as a public official. Was it a wrong impression that I developed? You are available to be held to account.
Chair, if I may respond, yes, Chair, I think that the kind of spaces that we occupy, one has got no choice to say you wouldn't want to account. I wouldn't have ventured into this public arena of being a head of the institution if I'm not amenable to accountability and to account. You are aware yourself also, Chair, that we are responsible for the public institution. We account to the minister, we account to the CHE, we account to a number of individuals. We account also to to yourselves. So it would be wrong for you to conclude that I am this person that doesn't want to account. I think my track record, Chair, and my work even prior this position, I've been working with the portfolio committees, with government. I should account. So I think, Chair, that's a wrong view of me not able to say I don't want to account.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. Because that's the impression that I got, that you seem to be extremely irritated by the fact that we want you to come and account on these matters, and you don't want to account. When a person doesn't want to account, can hide behind anything and be too technical about the processes of accountability.
Yeah.
You can hide behind the terms of reference, not understanding that in addition to the terms of reference, there is a constitution that is overarching, that allows us to do whatever work that we are doing.
You're correct, Chair. Chair, let me just clarify this so that maybe we can get it out of the way, Chair. My initial issues, which I wrote to you, I was not saying I'm not willing to come in and account. I wrote a letter where I said, please clarify for me these, because you just said you were one of the person with close relationship. I must come and say what close relationship. So I wanted you to just come explain for me those. And indeed, Chair, you did, and hence I'm here, Chair. So the issue of accountability, Chair, I think let's put it aside. I'm not in that space since I don't want to account to the committee.
Okay. All right. No, thank you very much for that. Let's get to your paragraph 8 of your statement. You say that the manner in which the inquiry is now being conducted is that it allows hostile and disgruntled former employees of UniVen who are called to give evidence and at the inquiry to make wild allegations which are corroborated and relevant, all of that. And thereafter, the university, either directly or through staff or council members, are required to respond to that. Now, I just want to check, it's an allegation that has been made against us previously by the powers that be at the NSFAS, that when somebody is disgruntled and is hostile and is coming forward to us and make certain submission, we should not listen to that person simply because that person is disgruntled and is angry and is bitter. is that what you are saying here in this, that we should not allow disgruntled employees to come and give evidence. So the fact that they are disgruntled disqualifies them from being listened to by us and from probing whatever issues that they are raising. Is that the essence of what is being submitted here?
Chair, my statement on paragraph 8, precisely what I'm raising, Chair, to say, the process allowing hostile and disgruntled former employees. Because, Chair, I'm not saying you should not hear anybody that is disgruntled, but I think you also need to bear the responsibility of maybe first to understand where the person who's disgruntled in terms of what they're saying they're coming from. Because somebody who's hostile and unhappy, they've got a tendency to can say things that can damage other lives. So my view precisely that this person who came and made these wild allegations about me, not knowing me, Chair, and which I found these allegations to be far-fetched from the truth, that so and so assisted me to get a job. So that's why I'm unhappy, Chair, to say, I wouldn't want it that way. And that's my statement, Chair.
Yeah, but just listen to me, because I want to understand the essence of what you are saying, because there are serious assumptions that have been made here. You say the hostile and disgruntled former employees comes to the portfolio committee to make statements. Now, I want to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that persons or people who are disgruntled, who were fired or whatever the case may be, must not be listened to? Must not be listened to.
They should be listened to, Chair.
Okay. The other assumption that you are making, because I want to move these issues so that they don't, I want to understand if, does it always become the case that, or is it the case that a person who is disgruntled, who's angry, who's bitter with what has happened to whatever situation, that person is incapable of being truthful?
Chair, I think this speaks precisely to my issue. I'm not talking in general here, Chair, and hear me out. I'm not here to talk in general about people that are unhappy, whether they should be listened to. I'm saying the person that, who's unhappy, whatever, being fired from the institution, coming and make a statement. Now, in this case, I'm saying this individual or this person given you information that is not correct, that is not factual.
Yeah, but that's not what we are saying here. Let me just read this thing. The manner in which the inquiry is now being conducted is that it allows hostile and disgruntled former employees of UniVen who are called to give evidence to make wild allegations, which are uncorroborated, irrelevant, and all of that. So I'm saying you are questioning our process. You are saying that we should not invite former employees who are disgruntled and hostile because they are going to make uncorroborated and irrelevant statements. That's what you are saying. Now I'm asking.
No, you can go through.
Yes, I'm asking a question that is it your submission that somebody who's angry, who's disgruntled, must not, well, you did say that must be listened to, but I'm saying also that, do you think that we should assume that that person is not going to be truthful?
Chair, that's what the committee, in my view, you should be the one who decide that. But if
you think a person can be untruthful simply because that person is disgruntled. So it's incapable of telling the truth because it's disgruntled, it's hostile, it's angry, and all of that.
Yeah, because Chair, those people, in my view, or those individuals, they are coming here, they are making wild allegations. They are giving you uncorroborated, evidence or, information that is not corroborated. Now, I would have loved, Chair, if let's say somebody comes in and say, I saw this person who was doing this and that, he was given a job. This is the document, or this is what I'm saying. So none of this, Chair, happened in this case where you were given, material evidence to what has been alleged. This is what I'm saying to you, Chair.
Okay, so you don't think that these people who are former employees are incapable of telling the truth? That's not what you are saying.
I'm not saying that, Chair.
Okay. No, I'm just dealing with the assumptions here in your submissions, because we sometimes get to be accused that you are not supposed to listen to this person. This person is disgruntled. Because you see, most of the time how we work, VC, is that there are issues that gets to be brought to our attention by some individual whistleblowers and all of that. And most of the time, the whistleblower has got a reason to blow the whistle. Whatever reason it is, maybe part of the reason is that that person is not happy, and they bring this thing to our attention. And now sometimes the logic is, or we get accused to say, but why do you listen to this whistleblower? Because this whistleblower is disgruntled. And so I wanted to deal with that here, because we did the same with NSFAS. People came to us, and then the administrator said, no, you should not have listened to these people because they are disgruntled. But for me, the issue is, it is not because the person is disgruntled or is happy. It's whether there is merit in what the person is saying. That should be the defining issue, whether there is merit. If somebody comes to the portfolio committee and say, I've got information that this and this and this is happening, that person may be driven by whatever motive. But for us, the issue is, are these issues worth following or not? That is the issue for me. So that's why I wanted to understand about issues about disgruntlement and all of that, hostile, whether that must be the test that we must apply in determining whether people are capable of being truthful when they've taken an oath. Remember, everybody who comes here takes oath, and then person is supposed to be truthful. And if somebody says something that is untruthful, misleads this, that person does not get the protection that is offered by the Powers and Privileges Act that you're taking oath in terms of. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. Chair, if maybe I can comment on that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. No, I hear you, Chair. And precisely my issue around the statement, paragraph 8, I was talking about the issues of merit, whether this person who came and, spewed these allegations, were they merit in terms of what they were saying. Hence, I'm saying uncorroborated. Now, Chair, in my view will be that, when somebody makes such a serious allegations, I will took it upon me to say, where were you at that time? Were you sitting in this committee? Do you have first-hand information about what you're telling us? So that's what, Chair, from my side, I would have thought, should be the measurement in terms of getting, allegations to be correct. But it cannot, I just finished my point, Chair, just to get the merits, whether they were merits in what the person said. Precisely, Chair, my point of departure on this issue.
Maybe let's get into that. is it not true that you were a member of council in the previous term? Is it something that is not true, or is it true?
I've confirmed that I was a council member, Chair.
Yes, which is something that is brought to our attention by this witness. Were you not appointed as the Vice-Chancellor after being a member of council?
I confirmed that, Chair.
Okay. So which part is uncorroborated, which part is not corroborated?
Did Professor Peter Mbati
Okay.
really influence council to appoint me? That's the point that I'm raising to you, Chair.
All right. So that is why we have invited you, VC, to come and deal with that aspect. That's why we've invited you to come and say.
So when I say, Chair, uncorroborated, I'm talking to that part, Chair.
Okay. But I'm also saying to you that this witness brought an important information to our disposal, that you were the chairperson, not the chairperson, you were a member of council, which we were not aware of. I was not aware that you're a member of council. And then you got appointed as the Vice-Chancellor whilst being a member of council is something that was brought by that witness. And this is what we are following up, VC. But let me proceed.
Okay.
Let me proceed. Some other issues, it's for you to come and clarify and to confirm or to rebut. It is also not our we're giving you this platform of being fair to yourself so that you can come and rebut this. And believe you me, we will, if you rebut the allegations in whatever way that you do, we will listen to you and we will accept in the absence of any other evidence that points to the contrary. We will do, VC. I'm trying to go through because I see that members are not raising their hand. I'm trying to take some of the points that are there. Maybe let's start at the end. And then we'll just probe the other issues. I see Honorable Litsie and Honorable Makgatho wants to come in. I was worried that members don't want to engage. The last point that we were conversing with the chairperson of council, that we received letters from Bowman Gilfillan purporting to act on behalf of the University of Venda, threatening to interdict this inquiry. Who authorized that? Was it you or was it by council? Who authorized that action?
Chair, I needed us to maybe take it backwards because you raise issues that, you receive a letter threatening to, interdict the process, this and that. And these are the issues that I'm not aware of. I've not seen the letter you're referring to. I cannot talk to those issues that are contained in the letter, but I can safely explain to you and the committee my role in terms of what led to the letter, but I cannot talk in terms of the letter itself.
Okay, maybe talk to us your role in that.
Chair, we receive when you initially put this inquiry, you wrote to University Council via the chairperson of council that you require, these questions to be responded to, the number, the way. And then you put a date by when that the chairperson of council will be called into the session. And then we agreed at the university because I was briefed by our legal advisors when they were preparing the responses to the chair. that, as a new person, as a new chair, will ensure that, even the former chairs of council who appears to safeguard the interest of the investee, we will ensure that, we send them with a legal representative so that they're able to safeguard the interest of the investee. And that's what we did. Now, on the date when the proceedings started, the legal representative of the investee was there, but there was no invitation to the chair of council. So we were briefed. I was briefed by my legal team to say this is what happened, and it appears that the chair of council is not going to appear. And then they asked that we write to portfolio committee to check whether when are you gonna, whether what you received from us was sufficient, and whether you're still gonna call the chairperson of council. Now, when I got that brief from the legal team, from our internal legal team, as I normally do, and in terms of my role as the Vice-Chancellor, as an accounting officer of the institution to safeguard the institution, I felt that, because this matter relates to the appearance of the chairperson, I cannot just continue and then say legal opinion without, touching base with him. I called the chairperson and said, there are these issues, that, you're not being invited, things are happening, and they might put the investee into a different kind of, shape. And then, that's where the decision was taken that, we engage the legal, get a legal, people to write you the letter. But I'm not privy to the details of the letter. I've not seen the letter, Chair.
Okay, so you said that's when the decision was taken that the lawyers must write to us. Decision taken by who? You and the chairperson of council? Or was it just you alone?
Chair, let me rephrase what I just said if you didn't hear me correctly. I got, a legal, report from our team, legal, internal legal team, of how things are happening. And then I phoned the chairperson myself to say, these are what is happening. We're going to need to write to the portfolio committee to be clarified of what is intended to happen, whether they were happy with the submission you provided. And that's where, Chair, I authorized that, the letter is to be written.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to hear. Who authorized you, or you, or the chairperson of council?
No, I authorized it, Chair, after discussing with the chairperson of council.
Okay. So the mandate that they said, they claim that they were communicating to us their instructions. So you are saying it was the wrong instructions. All what the university was concerned about is that the inquiry would have proceeded without the chairperson of council being involved. That was a concern from your side.
That's precisely, Chair, what I was addressing. And so I said to you earlier, I'm not privy to what has been written. All what we know, the feedback that we receive with that, yes, the chair will be called, the terms of reference has been whatever revised. That's all I received. But I'm not privy to the letter, Chair.
Okay. No, what I'm asking is quite important because lawyers act on the basis of instructions. So a lawyer cannot represent his or her own jacket. What they did is mandate that they carry from the instructing client. So you say that your instructions was that the portfolio committee cannot proceed without the chairperson of council being there, and you felt that we were about to proceed without the chairperson of council, and therefore you asked that the lawyers must bring that to our attention. That's what you're saying.
It's precisely, Chair, because they shared with us, I'm talking about our legal team, they shared with us the program that drafted, which in no way there was any university or the chairperson of council, hence chair that letter that, from our side.
Okay. All right. No, it's quite important what you are saying here, VC, because you are the person who authorized, you are the person who gave instructions, but your instructions were not carried because all what we got was something that was different from what you are saying to us now. All that we got was can I just finish it and you can come in?
Okay.
All what we got is that letter that threatened to interdict the process because of raising a number of legal arguments. We seek to open issues that were ventilated in court. We seek to do this, we seek to do that. And almost the similar issues that were raised by the lawyers of Professor Mbati. So those were not your instructions, as far as what you are explaining to us were your instructions.
Chair, just to maybe explain it again, in a maybe better way. I said earlier that, we received this consent that, there's a progress in terms of how the committee will be proceeding without the university being called into this and that. Now, in terms of how we work, I don't brief lawyers. I don't put up briefs. I speak to the legal department. Our legal department, who are the ones who will engage with ever lawyers that we need to engage. So that's the essence of what, Chair, has happened in the space. Okay. So it will be wrong of me to say, or if you view me to say that, I, told the lawyers that, this and that and that and that, I just only say that pertains to this issue that were raised with me. We need to write to the portfolio committee.
Yes, no, I understood you very well, VC. I think you made yourself very clear that the concern from your side was the fact that you wanted to proceed without the chairperson of council representing the institution, because we have been corresponding with yourself. But I understand that mandate. And I'm saying to you that what we received was not in line with the mandate that, broadly speaking, you could have given as the person who authorized, because they represent you, they represent what you said they must represent. The reason why I'm asking these issues, I don't want to open a legal argument here, but there is a history. You see, if you look at how, and probably, but maybe let me just tell you what, up to so far, my observation has been, and I'm sure probably some of the members might have made a similar observation, is that when the complaint came in from Professor Pendler against Professor Mbati, it was not handled in line with the university policies on sexual harassment. It had to be frustrated for almost 4 years until it got attended to. And the only reason why it was attended to is because of that court directive in the review application of the CGE report. Even how it was attended to, it was not done properly. So there is a history of an institution that went out of its way, violated its own policy, instituted a court process without the decision of council just to protect. And now, and it's the same lawyers. Now we get this threatening letter from an organ of state, which is supposed to respect and to, make itself available to be held to account, threatening us that we're going to go to court if you don't review, if you don't do this, if you proceed, and all of that. So for me, I'm seeing a consistent pattern of continuing to want to protect, which is what I'm picking up from there. And what you are saying now, in fact, confirms my concerns that as a Vice-Chancellor, you authorized that there must be a letter. It was not just a letter, if I may inform you, VC. It was a threat to institute agent court application if we don't proceed. If we proceed and we disregard the issues that they are raising. It's nothing closer to the concerns that you have. So that's the only reason why we're asking this. I'm asking this myself because I want to check what is this perception of collaboration that exists from some of us outside there. I think you can respond to that, and from here, and then I'll come back and probe some of the issues that took place when you're a member of council then.
Chair, I think, sticking to what I just said earlier, when I was reading my statement on paragraph 19, I'm not equipped to really talk on the issues of law in terms of what, lawyers will write and then all this and that, I will be misleading this house if now I want to make my an expert on these issues, I want to ensure that, the issues that are of legal nature should be sort of stayed to legal people who are trained to deal with these matters, And hence, Chair, I will be selling myself short or the university, short if I begin to engage in terms of, this and that, why writing this and that, and also linking that to history. I don't want to do that, Chair, because, I'm not, in my space, equipped to really do that, Chair.
Yeah, but when you, just on that issue, when you authorize the involvement of lawyers is to deal with a particular concern that you have, isn't it?
Chair, but I mean, I'm not a legal person. I can come to you and say, you know what, you must go and retrieve my money that somebody has borrowed me. I'm now briefing you as a lawyer. And then you got your own ways of writing. You're not going to write it the way maybe that I said it. As long as you come back to me, you give me my money. You, in my view, you would have taken my brief in terms of what I requested. So when I got a report to say, now the chairperson of council will be invited, and there's a date that has been put, I was happy because I achieved what I wanted.
Okay. No, my question is, and I don't want to belabor this point. When you involve the lawyers, you are a very knowledgeable person. You are not a lawyer, but you are not a layman, VC. You are not a layman on the street. You understand these issues. You are the accounting office. When you involve the lawyers, it is for a particular purpose. And the purpose for which you have explained to this committee that you involve the lawyers was you involve the lawyers because you are concerned that the chairperson was not going to appear before the portfolio committee, before the inquiry. That's the only reason why you involve them. That's what you said.
That's what I said, yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to understand from you and to confirm from you.
I said it over and over, Chair.
Yes, the reason. Well, you are involving the lawyers. And what they did, because there's a mandate, there's a broad mandate that you indicated to your team that please write to the portfolio committee and bring these concerns to their attention. One, that the chairperson is no longer going to appear to represent the university as initially invited. Write this letter to them to express this concern that we have. That's the mandate that's the instruction that the lawyers were given. Because the legal team is not supposed to give different instructions than what instructions we have given. So I wanted us to be on the same page. I'll come back to this issue because it's an issue that we're going to follow it up with yourself later on. But I think let's conclude it here. That's my part. I still have got a lot of questions, but my colleagues' hands are up, and let me hand over to Honorable. Who do we start with in that order? Yeah, Honorable Litzie and then Honorable Makgatho.
Thanks, Chair. Am I better?
Yeah, you are now loud and clear.
I'm not going to move an inch. I will just sit here. Good day, Ntambeleni.
Afternoon, Honorable Litzie.
Yes, did I pronounce your surname correctly?
100%.
Yes, all right. I think the chair would have covered me on a number of issues. So I'm just going to go straight into the issues so that this network, when it starts misbehaving, at least would have covered a lot of ground. I think when I was going through your statement yesterday, I would have felt that you do not want to account, obviously taking from the tone of your statement, that this is what you guys are saying, this is what I'm not going to do, this is, and all of those things. But I mean, on paragraph 4, for an example, where you give an account of what happened leading up to today. 4.1, very clear. 4.2, you could have said 4.2, no. This is what I am querying. 4.3, I think it's clear. I think I don't want us to waste time because I think those ones are clear that you were part of a council that appointed you. You had not resigned. You just excused yourselves on certain meetings that will discuss that, right?
That's what I said, Chair. Honorable Litzie, my apology.
No, yes. So you were part of a council that appointed you. And we felt that was quite interesting, and we wanted to probe. So we did get, I just want to go through my notes here on the phone quickly. We did the allegation that you had just proven to be true, that you were part of a council that appointed you, were made by Mr. Makgatho as a witness here. And when we wanted you to come, already Professor Mbati had confirmed that indeed that is true. So it is not a witch hunt against you, as you allege in your statement, that you asking this question is as a result of us now changing the terms of reference to the appointment now of Mbati Ntambeleni as the VC of University of Venda. So I just felt I must start by clarifying those things. That one I don't want a comment. You were a part of a task team, of a council that appointed 2 of your members, fellow colleagues in that council, to call them the task team on CGE. Is that true?
Chair, it might be so, but I cannot recall.
Were you not a member of council in 2015?
Chair, I was a member of council, but I'm saying that, record, the way you're asking me, I cannot recall whether I was in that particular meeting, or I was not in that particular meeting. So I don't want to confirm that, Chair. I want to ensure that I give you something that I can vouch for.
Okay. So the chair of council, the current chair of council, where did he get the minutes of the one that he provided to us? You were here earlier on, you heard him talking about taking account of the minutes that he gave us. Where did he get them? Did he request from you guys in the university? What happened?
Yes, Chair. Chair, in the university, you run a process which is differentiated in terms of what it does. There are people that works on the committee of councils with all this material information that the chair will require. So I want to believe that these are the people that prepare these minutes for the chair.
Yeah, but I'm asking, did the chair of council go to the committees or went to you guys in the university and you guys retrieved that information and gave to him?
No, the chair will speak to me and then I will make sure that I instruct the legal department and the committee section to provide whatever what the chair requires.
Okay, so you have access to these minutes through your committees and legal teams?
In what sense access, Chair? And just means honorability. I want to get it correct.
You can simply access them.
Yes, I can. I can.
Okay. Why do you think the chair did not have the meeting, the minute of the meeting of the 10th, I think, of April? And that is maybe let me refresh your memory. On the 10th of April, it was the day where the two task team members were supposed to report back on the CGE. They were giving a report on who would have authorized the CGE report being taken on review. So the task team was bringing a report that time. Why is the chair of council not having those minutes?
Chair, I don't want to speak out of 10 here on things that I might not be helping the portfolio committee and neither helping myself nor the university. I've not heard the chairperson of council writing to me or phoning me to say, I've requested, I've not been given this and that. Should have done that, I was going to ensure that I go to the committee or to the legal department to finish, the chairperson with whatever that requires, So I'm hearing it from you, honorability.
Okay, when the chair of council spoke to you, what did he say concerning this matter? I want to understand how he phrased looking for this information, because clearly he looked for information and then you provided him with the relevant path to get it. So, but what did he say?
Chair, he will send whatever you send to him to me and to my secretary or my PA, who will then forward to the committee section and the legal department for them to package whatever that the chair requested. But I've not heard, that's what I'm saying, is for the first time I'm hearing that, the chair has not received a particular document. It's not aware of the honorability.
Okay, no, so he might have received them, but he might not have given them to us because we don't have, he did not include them as part of the annexes, but it's okay. Well, let me put it to you. You were part of the meeting of the 17th of April, 2015. In front of me here, I've got an attendance register. Present in the meeting, Sirobi Maja, chairperson, MP Molapo, chairperson of the Finance Committee, M.E. Slomo, Bid Adjudication Committee, L.L. Ndo, chairperson of Student Affairs Committee, K.K. Maimela, chairperson of Human Resource Committee, Mr. J.M. Seolwane, chairperson of the Audit Committee, Mr. M.L. Mashego, Chairperson of the Appeals Committee, Mr. N.B. Ntambeleni, Dr. L.J. Pahlamukwana, Professor M.M. Paswana Mafuya, and Professor K.G. Sitsu. So you were part of the meeting of the 17th of April 2015, which discussed the CGE report. What would you say now? You said you are not sure if you were part and all of that. So I'm putting it to you that you were part of the meeting. As a matter of fact.
Chair, you read the record, and records don't lie.
Yes. So and you don't know the report that you were part of when it was discussed. What it said.
I cannot recall your Chair. You just now read it to me. And then now I quickly go back to say, if you wanted me, you can now say to me, go back and check what has been in that. Then I will gladly explain to you. I said to you, you read the record. I was part of that meeting. I cannot dispute that because the record said so.
Yeah, but VC, it's strange. Maybe let me run in a hypothesis with you that you guys were a council that, in essence, exonerated Professor Mbati. And I want to...
Can I maybe just ask maybe a clarity question before we proceed?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. Chair, you invited me here on the basis that, I am the Vice-Chancellor of the Investor Vendor. And I do know that, prior me here, you invited, the former chairpersons of council, Ms. Mabusela, you invited, Mr. Maja, and they came before you and spoke on behalf of council. I'm not comfortable that I sit here now and speak on issues that I was not mandated to. I was not a chairperson of council to able to speak on those matters. I can assist the portfolio committee on matters that relates to my position now as the Vice Chancellor, because I want to believe that, when the former member, a chairperson of council that you invited came and spoke to you and clarify you on those matters, chairperson.
Now, VC, Honorable Litsie is asking questions that relates to your tenure as a member of council. And I don't think those questions are unfair. They relate to things that you were presiding on. Remember, a chair of council represents council, but if we have an opportunity to get another member of council, it helps the portfolio committee, it helps the inquiry to understand what happened. So the question is relevant. The question relates to your tenure as a member of council, and it's information that is within your knowledge and understanding. So I am going to rule that you should answer that question, that you should answer a question that relates to your participation in council as a member of council, because you were exercising public power. That's exactly the point that I was raising earlier on, that people who are entrusted with the responsibility to look after the asset of the nation, the asset of the public, like a public university. Whatever that they do there, they must understand that at some point they may be held to account. They may be asked questions around the decisions that they are taking and all of that. So it falls within the the principle of accountability, that you can be asked to account about what you've done individually as a member of council and collectively through the chair of council representing the entire council. And now I think the question is relevant, and I'm going to ask that you answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you are asking me questions around my tenure as a council member. And what I'm saying to Honorable Litsi is that I've not prepared myself for such questions because they were not part of the brief that I needed to speak to. I'll read to you my statement, paragraph 20. Despite my serious apprehension and concerns about the scope of terms of reference for this inquiry, I responded to the best of my knowledge to your invitation letter and will not be able to respond to any question outside the invitation letter. Chair, all I'm saying here is that I cannot able to speak to that matter. I've not prepared myself for that issue, Chair. If you require me to go and prepare myself, I'll be willing to do that. But this is not what, Chair, I can confidently begin to say, and I don't operate that way, Chair.
Now you are being difficult, Mr. Vice-Chancellor. You are a head of institution. You are one of the people who have got institutional memory there about what happened to the university in the past, both as a council member and now as a VC. So that is a memory that you are using to guide and direct the university. Now, I've made a ruling that you should answer the question that you have been asked by Honorable Litsi, because that question is relevant. That question is within your knowledge and competence to answer that question. Now, if you want to insist that you are not going to answer question when we've invited you to come and answer questions here, it means you are very obstructive. You are not very helpful to the inquiry, and you don't want to heed to the guidance and the rulings of the chairperson of the portfolio committee who's chairing this inquiry. Now, I don't know what you are saying to us. I asked you a question that, are you willing to be held to account? You said, by all means, I'm in the public institution, I'm responsible for the resources of the public, I must be held to account. Now, when the actual process of being held to account is being exercised, now you again not complying with your own commitment to be held to account. Now you are giving us a very difficult choice, Vice-Chancellor. We don't normally do that. The first people who understand the principle of accountability is people who are in the public sector. Public officials like yourself should not only understand this principle of public accountability, but they must help in making sure that they assist those who are entrusted with this responsibility to get people to account, to have an easy job. But you have been difficult. You don't want to answer this question. You are a member of council. How can the question be irrelevant or unfair when you are being a member?
Can I respond?
So you are interjecting me before I even conclude my...
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So you are giving us a very difficult a choice, Mr. Vice-Chancellor. So I'm going to ask you to comment, and then we probably might have to adjourn if you continue to insist that you are refusing to answer questions put to you. We may have to adjourn so that we can come back with the ruling as to what then must happen if a witness who has been invited to come give testimony and help this inquiry is refusing to answer questions. So we'll have to get some advice as to what exactly are we supposed to do in that instance. But yeah, I think let's allow you to speak and then we'll take it from there.
Chair, thank you. I want to put it on record that I'm not refusing to answer questions that are put before me. I'm saying I cannot answer questions that require my institutional memory, which I've not prepared for, that type of questions. I think what I'm saying, Chair, that, these are issues that, if we really need to really delve into, we cannot trust institutional memory. That will fade. I'll not be fair to the committee if I begin out to what I remember. I'm somebody that says, if there's evidence, evidence won't lie, it won't change. So if, let's say, you require that I respond to a particular matter on the particular day that I said in the meeting, we refer that and then I get, those minutes I prepare and then I respond to you. But I cannot, on the basis of my institutional memory, Chair, begin to respond to you because I'll be misleading this House. And I don't want to do that. And this is all what I'm saying. I'm no way refusing to respond to the question that are put before me. But if somebody said, on 2015, you said in the meeting in this town, in Cape Town, yes, I said in that meeting. But I cannot recall because memory fades as you know it.
I think what we will do, because I also have questions for you, your tenure as a member of council, because I thought that you will help us to understand some of the things that happened because we are in that council. What ideally we could have done was to invite each and every member of council to come, but you know that it's gonna be time wasting, all of that. So we invite the chairpersons as representing the councils. And so if we get another member of council here, I think it will be very helpful for the inquiry to get that person to answer certain questions that we have. But I hear that you want to be given an opportunity. We're still here. We're still here. We can allow you to go and consult, and then tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, or probably on Friday, we can ask you to come back after having consulted the documents, after having prepared yourself, so that we're able to benefit from your memory of what happened, from you being the chairperson of council. So what time is it now? Okay. Honorable Litzia was still on the platform. So what I think I will do, I'm going to ask that we adjourn for say 45 minutes, and we come back at 1:30 so that we have a lunch break. 1:30 we are back, and then we'll continue with the Honorable Litzia's questions, and then Honorable Makgatho will come in, and then we'll wrap up and then get to the other issues. In the meantime, I think we'll also have to consult on this issue But for me, I think these are relevant questions. So the question is whether the request to prepare forum is a reasonable request by the VC. If it's reasonable, we can grant him an opportunity to consult with the records and the documents and come back on Friday, so that we are continuing with that. But for now, we are genuine members. And
just a clarity, please, Chair.
okay.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Thanks, Chair. Are we not due to be in the House at 2, or have we received pardoning from the House?
Okay. Well, I was under the impression that there's mini plenaries throughout. Anele, can you just confirm that?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
No, there's a sitting, Chair, this afternoon at 2.
Or is there a sitting at 2?
Yes, Chair.
I think let's proceed. Let's proceed then. I was not aware of that. My apologies. I thought we've got the whole day to ourselves. Maybe that's why I was. Yeah, Honorable Litsie, maybe on that question, let's accommodate the request of the Vice-Chancellor that he would like to follow up and so forth. So let's not ask questions that relates to his tenure as a member of council. We will come back and ask him those questions again when we meet with him on Friday. We'll start with him on Friday. With the other witnesses.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Oh,
No,
can I continue, Chair?
So continue.
Yes, thanks. I was also worried that when we come back at 1:30, my network might have started with misbehaving. So, Chair, I was asking this because earlier on, when we had a discussion with Mr. Lekheta, he would have said, if you remember, Chair, the VC will respond to the issues of the test team on the CGE because he was a member of council at the time. So I thought maybe it's something that they had agreed on. But I take your counsel that maybe we must give him time. And if possible, maybe let's give him time to also bring a supplementary statement on such. Maybe we must then write all our questions to the Secretariat, and then the Secretariat can formulate all the questions that I think will need answers on, and then so that they can go and reconcile with the records and come back. Now, let me go back to the earlier discussion that then Tambeleni that you had with the chair. This thing of briefing of lawyers. So I think I just want us to clarify it so that because where I'm sitting, I'm not yet clear. So you are saying you informed the legal department headed by Ntate Lambani to brief your lawyers, the university lawyers, to ask why would the chair of council not appear before the committee? Is that what you are saying?
That's precisely, Honorable Litsie.
Okay. Why did the university not write directly to the committee secretary and ask that question?
Chair, these are administrative issues that, question of why, what, are immaterial for me. Because the university, I think, has got its terms of lawyers, and it just appears that, the legal department, when they come to me, they're to get the lawyers who dealt with these matters. We've got a number of, lawyers that assist the university on different matters, Honorable Litsie.
Yeah, I'm just asking does the university every time they communicate with students, with the department, with the portfolio committee, you use lawyers? That's what you are saying. So it's the lawyers that write for you.
On legal matters, honorability, yeah, we do so.
So asking a question to a portfolio committee, why is our chairperson not invited? Is that a legal matter?
I view that, the issue relating to portfolio committees are by nature legal, in my view. I'm not a legal person, but my assumption, as a layman, I believe the issue that has to deal with governance, with appearance, these are issues that are supposed to be legal, in my view. I might be wrong, but that's how I view it.
Okay, so when you might, okay, this one I'll ask it the next time after you have consulted or reconciled your effort. But the reason we're asking this, and Dr. Ntambeleni, is because the letters that you sent, or that sent us a letter claiming to have received a brief from the university, their letter was in more ways than one very similar to the letter that we received on the same day that claimed to have been representing Professor Mbati. That is why I wanted to understand this issue of this set of letters.
Okay.
So we're asking because of the letters are too similar. It's as if the same person briefed these people, but it's okay. So you are saying they were briefed by your legal department. Do you have the brief with you? Was it on record? Do you have records? Do you have minutes of such? Can we just, I'm sure if they were being briefed, you should have had somebody writing those notes. If not, it was through an email. So it's a matter of, I mean, this one is just last year. So it's just a matter of retrieving those records. Can you also get those records of the brief? As you are saying by Ms. Advocate Lambani to your law firm?
Chair, I will speak with colleagues at the university in terms of those details, but from my office to the legal, this was a verbal discussions after talking to the chairperson that we need to get to write to the portfolio committee. So I'm not sure whether from his side, from the side of the legal team, when they engage the attorneys, whether they were a brief. I wouldn't vouch for that because I've not seen that.
No problem. My assumption is that those things, they've got cost implications, and therefore, at least there must be records that we have asked you to do this on this day, and this is how supply chain will be paying these people. Is because of those records. I might be wrong, but from my understanding, it might be easier so that for record purposes, don't you think?
Like I said earlier, I don't want to vouch for that. It might be, it may not be, because I've not really seen those records. Honorable Itziya, I don't want to give you a wrong impression of saying that I'm gonna come up with a document because I've not seen it. But if there's a document, of course I'll make sure that that document reaches the portfolio committee.
Yes, but I'm sure as an accounting officer, the CEO of that university, these are part of the systems that are put in place to make sure that myself, I don't claim money from the university because I know I've got a friend there who will say, yes, no, he did this for us without us having proof, I'm sure. Even the Auditor General, I'm sure, will have a field day there where people are just getting paid and there's no track record. I'm just saying, as an accounting officer, you should at least agree with me that there should be such systems in place.
I already said that I agree with you, Honorability.
All right, no. Hopefully we'll get that next week. I think Most of my questions will then come from your tenure as council member, but also now as a CEO of that university, especially with the briefs of this kind. I'm going to do my homework, Chair, to check how many letters of the university sent out to the department and different stakeholders where they did not use the services of lawyers, so that when we deal with them next time, we meet with them, we're able to prove to them that this is what you wrote, it's in your signature. Can you explain why are you using letters on certain ones and not lawyers on other ones? Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Ntambile. And I think many of my questions will come. I want us to be fair to yourself as well. We don't ask you questions we have not really prepared for. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Honorable Makgatho.
Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, I'd like to keep my camera off for reasons that are privy to yourself.
Okay.
And then to Mr. Ntambile, thank you so much for your time this morning or this afternoon at this point. My questions are, I guess, three, and I hope that they are within the remit of your preparations. But you know, as a former member of council, of which you've said you'd not like to stand as this afternoon or morning, but as a former member of council and now the VC of the institution, what do you think, reflectively speaking, and in retrospect, were the strengths and weaknesses of Professor Mbati's leadership at UniVen, taking into consideration that you've had to then take on the baton? Where do you then believe you've had to sort of strengthen your leadership and I guess remedy, if there has been any need to remedy, looking at issues surrounding infrastructure projects, looking at issues surrounding the trust of the management of the institution from certain stakeholders within the institution, allegations surrounding administration. And then my second question would then be, how are you, under your leadership at this current point, planning to make sure that there are sound systems put in place to ensure that policies relating to gender equity and gender rights in the institution are reviewed continuously and implemented to the core, so as to not find ourselves in a similar situation of which we found ourselves in the past, relating to issues around how the case of Prof. Pendler and Professor Mbati was handled. And as someone who's then, and I know you said you don't want to speak in your capacity as a former council member, but having spent some time observing the leadership of Professor Mbati as he moves to the university, Sefako Makgatho, do you believe that he has the capacity to take Sefako Makgatho to the heights that it ought to be taken to, considering some of the challenges that are also faced there, which from, engaging with the alumni at the institution, engaging with students at the institution, there are already concerns there surrounding infrastructure, development projects and so forth. So I think those are my three questions, and I hope you'll be able to answer them. If you aren't, I hope that in the next engagement we have with yourself, you'll be able to answer them. Thank you so much, Professor Ntambile, and to yourself, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makgatho, and we do understand the fact that you can't switch on your camera. And I would like to thank you very much for alerting me about the sitting this afternoon at 2 hours. I was completely not aware. I think it just slipped my mind. Yeah, we're gonna be not able to finish. VC, can you come? 3 questions raised.
Yep. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and also thank you to Honorable Makgatho for the questions. Honorable Makgatho, thank you for those questions. I'm going to respond on them on a general basis. in terms of my role now, and in terms of what I do in the institution, and less of what, has happened in the past, because I might not really be truthful to the facts as they appear. But I'll try to ensure that, I cover your questions in a way that, I should respond in a way that will satisfy you. The first question is with regard to the state of the university in terms of the weaknesses. You know for sure that University of Venda is one of those historically disadvantaged institutions that is serving, the whole community in Limpopo and also elsewhere in terms of the students that are coming from. And when the university was, established in 1982, in my view, and this is I'm saying because something that I've read on the records, that it has not really followed a trajectory of putting an institution, as it were. Like we know now that we are building two universities, the University in Mpumalanga and also Solplaki, where you place what we call an establishment grant to ensure that the university gets to develop to become what it is. It has not been the case with the likes of University of Venda. It just develops as it goes. That poses a lot of problem in that space. So I want to thank, I think, government, in my view, the minister, former minister, Naredi Pando, the current minister, Dr. Blaine Zimande, who made sure that they avail funding to able to curb some of the issues in terms of the weakness, in terms of accommodations, the lecture room, which came in handy. But those things, as you said earlier, when they come at once, because these were not planned, that should happen. When there's money, now the money comes, and you have to make sure that you finish the project in that particular time. So it comes with its own problems. And these are not problems per se for me that you can say singularly, these are the problem for the minister, or the problem for the vice-chancellor, or the problem forever. It's a problem for planning, in my view. So I can talk about the issues of planning, that the university were not being well prepared to plan and how they were able to roll the expenditure in terms of the infrastructure, in my view. I might be putting it so simple in my view, but that's what I'm willing to put on the table, Honorable Makgatho. Now, you also talk around the issue of ensuring that, we put sound systems in terms of governance to ensure that, issues relating to gender are much more handled. And precisely that, Chair, Honorable Makgatho, that as a university, we have reviewed a number of policies, to ensure that, they become aligned with what, we want to see, not only in terms of staff, but also in terms of students, where we have a number of gender-based violence amongst our students. And we have really put a new policies, which now is beginning to bear some fruit in terms of how we are able to govern the space. So I can assure you that, it's something that we are putting forward, and we are willing to ensure that someday I can invite you back on campus just to see how far we have gone, and they will be sort of welcome your inputs in what you're doing. So these are the things that we are addressing, because we believe they must be addressed as our country is sort of, suffering through this scourge of gender-based violence. So it's something that we must be alive to. So we are putting policies around that. I think the chair also referred to that earlier when he spoke. Now, the last issue, Chair, that Honorable Makgatho asked was in terms of the Prof Mbati and his capacity, whether to deliver. I'll be wrong for me to pronounce on this. I don't think I'm not in the right space to be able to be the one to say that. It's not my space to judge Professor Mbati on his competence. I want to believe that, where he is, he went through the process, and there was a committee that whatever did what they did to appoint him. It's not for me to say whether he can do the job or he cannot do the job. And I don't want to be a judge in this. I'm not a judge. I cannot judge Professor Mbati's capabilities. But what I know about him, like I said earlier in my statement, that, I had a cordial relationship with him, is that, he put processes for University of Venda. I mean, I'm not inheriting the university that, in my view, west of. He has done a lot of good for the university when we talk about infrastructure. If you talk about, the research, profile of our staff, if you talk about the governance, he has done a lot that I must say, I've not really inherited the university that I can say I can't sleep. He has put systems in place. Yes, there are gaps as there are in any structure, but I can safely say that he's done that part, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Lizio, you want to come back? I still see your hand there, so I thought you want to follow up on something. Honorable Mananiso?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Mine is just a follow-up with regards to the leadership style of Mr. Mbati. I just want to ask Prof to tell us, the VC to tell us actually, if he was given an opportunity to define leadership style, yeah, Prof Mbati, what will he say to the people?
Okay, thank you very much. Doc?
Chair, again, and I don't want to be difficult, I will respond to the issue, but I felt, it would be wrong of me, Chair. But, based on what I know, Prof Mbati, I found him to be a very consultative leader. He's a consultative leader. That's what I can summarize, him. And that's all I can say.
Okay. All right. I see Honorable Lizia's hand is still up. I don't know whether you want to raise some questions. I thought maybe we could still a few minutes so that we are able to finalize some other issues. Now, I think maybe let's just agree, VC, that you go and consult and you refresh your mind. We come back on Friday and then we deal with the issues where you were the chairperson.
Just apology, correction. Where I was not a chairperson.
When you're not the chair, yeah, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't make a big issue out of that. I know you're not the chair. It was a slip. Were you a member of council and the issues that happened there during your membership of council? I just want to finalize something here. When the position was advertised of the Vice-Chancellor, you said you're a member of council.
That's what I said, Chair.
When you apply for the position, when you submitted your application, were you still a member of council?
Chair, my statement said I was a member of council, yes.
I'm just confirming these things.
I was a member of council until my appointment as a new Vice-Chancellor.
Okay, so when you were going through the interviews, you were a member of council?
It implies what I just said, Chair.
I'm asking you the question. Please don't do that. Don't tell me what it implies or it doesn't imply. I'm asking a question, yes or no?
Chair, I said earlier that I was a member of council up until my appointment as the new Vice-Chancellor.
Can you please just answer the question? VC.
I was a member of council.
Don't be hostile. I think
I'm not. Chair, I'm not hostile. Those who know me, Chair, they know I'm not a hostile person.
all right. So when the interviews were being held, you are still a member of council, yes?
Yes.
So you are being interviewed by your colleagues who are council members. Is that correct? Who were part of the selection panels, those who were in council.
I'm not sure in terms of how your questions, because I cannot respond to that. Let me finish. If you really need to get, the records of who sat in the panel, who was this and that, I think the university and the council would be best to really provide that. Because otherwise, if I begin now to talk to say so and so was there, it was not my spirit. I was just invited into the interview.
Yeah, it's not a curveball. This is just a straightforward question. The members of council who sat in the selection panels were your colleagues. It's a matter of fact, it's something that I thought you're not going to make a big issue out of it, but it's a point that I'm making. It's a statement of fact. Now, we don't know whether you would have resigned had you not been successful as a member of council. Or maybe let me just rephrase my question. You resign your membership of council because you are successfully appointed as council, as a vice-chancellor. Is that so?
Yes, that's correct. But I'm still a member of council now as a vice-chancellor.
Yeah, ex officio member. It's by virtue of your position as a vice-chancellor, you become a member of council. But before you're an external member of council. So had you not been appointed, were you going to resign as a member of council?
No, I was not going to resign.
So you're still going to continue as like that?
Yes.
Now, don't you think that you were put in a much more advantageous position during the interview? You being interviewed as a member of council, as a person who sat in all the processes that were discussing the appointment of a new vice-chancellor. Don't you think that you were being advantaged in that process?
No.
Have you declared that you are a member of council in the process and indicated that, or maybe let me not say as that, maybe let me find out if throughout the process when discussions were taking place for the advertisement of a position of vice-chancellor and what should be the requirements and all of that, did you recuse yourself from those discussions?
No, I was not there when those things were discussed. I was not party to those discussing the requirements, this and that. I was not party to that. Chair, let me just put it to the committee chair, and just maybe for the record, also for members to note. I'm not the first vice-chancellor to be appointed into the position of the VC, who was a former member of the council. And I've not known of any legal rule in terms of the university statute or university policy, the Higher Education Act, that says if you are a member of council, you cannot apply. I'm not aware of that, So if there's any law that prohibits that, I will be able to abide with that. So in the absence of any laws that, preclude that, I don't want to judge myself on that.
Okay, I hear what you say. We were discussing the issue about conflict, and at what point do you declare the conflict? Do you understand issues around conflict of interest?
Yes, I do.
That at what point does the conflict arises?
In what sense?
Don't you think that in the whole process, at some point you got conflicted as a member of council, having an interest to be appointed as a vice chancellor? while
Chair,
sitting.
can I maybe put that back to you so that I can really get what you're asking me? What's different if you are a member of staff, if you apply for the position?
You are not part of the decision-making structures.
No, but you sit in council. You are a member of staff who sit in council.
The same issues around conflict of interest will arise. You've got an interest, VC, to be appointed as a Vice-Chancellor. You sit in a council meeting that discusses the appointment, or that discusses the advert, the appointment, the constitution of the selection panels and all of that. And you think that it does not constitute conflict of interest. It is council that constitutes the committees. It's council that determines the membership of those committees. And what I'm saying is that as a member of council sitting in those council meetings that discuss the appointment, of the selection panel and the process, you don't see that as a conflict of interest.
Just Chair, again, to put on record, I've not sit in the meetings where they discuss the criterion, who we want, what qualification, all this and that. As I said earlier, I ceased my participation when matter relating to where I've applied gets to be discussed. I've not done that, Chair. So let me also rephrase this to you. Let's suppose now my friend Zeblon Vilakazi, who's now the Vice-Chancellor of Witwatersrand, who I know was also a member of council. Then how do you, because I'm saying to you, I've not seen, I've came across any law that says, if you are a member of council, you cannot, compete where there's a vacancy. I've not seen that. And I said to you, ensure that I safeguard myself. I recuse myself where matter to relating where I put my application were discussed.
Okay, no, I'm talking about when the advert is discussed by council. So you are saying to us that you have never been part of any process, any discussions in council regarding the appointment of a Vice-Chancellor?
Maybe we're going to need to really refine ourselves when we talk about this process. We can sit in council to say, now we know the term of the Vice-Chancellor is going to expire. We must now kick in the new process. And then it's not done in council. If maybe I can explain that to you based on my knowledge. There will be a search committee that will do those. And I was not part of those committees.
Okay, which council meeting did you sit in that discuss the appointment?
Pardon?
I'm saying, did you ever sit in any council meeting that discussed the appointment of a new VC?
I sat in a council meeting where they were appointing the DVC. Yes, I did.
Okay. So if we follow up this matter to seek for the records, we are not going to find any meeting where you are present which discuss the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor.
Like I said earlier, I sat in meetings where it discussed, but if let's say I cannot confirm to you, say this meeting that I cannot now say on memory, this is what I say. I'm saying to you, what I do remember now, I sat in the DVC, whatever meeting. I've also sat in the meeting where now council was saying the term of the current Vice-Chancellor was coming to an end.
Yeah, because that's a question that I wanted to find out. But I think we can follow up and get these details because this inquiry is not about your appointment as a Vice-Chancellor, but these are matters of interest that are popping up. But as you know, that nothing stops us from following up on your own appointment as a Vice-Chancellor. And those are the relevant questions that we may have to request from council, given that there are issues of conflict of interest, given that there are issues of ethical conduct that are involved, there are issues of good governance that are involved in this process. And so we may want to satisfy ourselves that those issues have been attended to at a later stage. But as you know, this is not about your inquiry, is not about your appointment as a VC. It is just an issue that we find a bit odd, you know, that is not in, it's a bit unusual to find a situation where a person is the member of council, particularly an external member. Internal staff members, I mean, they can sit in council. You can have a situation where yourself as the current VC, your term of office comes to an end, the position has to be applied. Of course, you'll have to recuse yourself when any discussion takes place about that, because you are both the incumbent and you may also have an interest to be appointed. The issue here is it's whether some of these concerns have been attended to, whether there's been appropriate declaration of interest, whether you don't have a situation where the person was sitting in a meeting that discusses the appointment, and to an extent that the meeting even goes to an extent of saying this is how the process is going to be. This will be the committees that may be set up and all of that. We don't know. So we might have to ask for that information at a later stage. But we, I think for now, VC, let's call it a day and agree that we meet again on Friday. I think you'll be the first witness. Just to wrap up, probably we can do it for about 1.5 hours, 2 hours. And then we engage with yourself on your knowledge of what happened there in council as a member of that council. And from there, we'll continue the rest of the issues. But matters that needs follow up, I think we can raise them as matters requiring follow up, and we might have to separate some of the matters from this particular inquiry, because as you know, the intention here is not to probe your appointment as a VC, but matters come to our attention during this period. And we remain the portfolio committee on higher education, science and technology. We get to know about these things. So we can't be responsible and say, no, because they arise here, we can't interrogate this. So we'll have to interrogate. Probably the best way is to separate this from the current inquiry and follow the matters up, ask for the report and all of that. But I think we're done, members. Thank you very much, Vice-Chancellor, for coming. I think we're going to continue on Friday, and we'll thank you properly on Friday when we are done. For now, you still have to come back and engage with us. But yeah, let's thank you for coming.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, members of the Portfolio Committee.
Okay, thank you very much to the Chair of Council and the VC. Okay, members, I think we're supposed to reflect, but maybe let's postpone that reflection. I don't know if there's a proposal on how we should reflect, because I think we need a bit more time. For now, probably I would ask that let's prioritize the report on the budget vote of the Department of Higher Education and Training, because we need to finalize this report so that it can be published in the ATC before Thursday. Anele, the report has been circulated. No?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. I think let's just get to the report. Do we form the necessary quorum? I think we do. We've got how many members do we have here?
Yes, we do form a quorum, Chair.
Okay. All right, members, let me put to you the report of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology on the department's APP and the revised strategic plan and budget. Can I get comments from the members? No comments. Honorable Litsie?
Yeah, no comment. We just want to adopt. We went through the report. We got it on time. We just want to propose that we adopt.
Okay, there's a proposal that we should adopt the report. Any seconder?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Mananiso seconds. Can I get if there's any dissenting view? Nothing. The report is therefore agreed to. Can I get comments on the members regarding the reflections on Part A? Do we postpone them, or can I get comments as to how we should deal with that? Honorable Litsie, Honorable Makgatho. Honorable Litsie? Okay, let's move. Honorable Makgatho.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think considering the fact that we could need some time to get members' reflections so that they form part and parcel of the report, I would recommend, Chair, that to allow members sufficient time to prepare for the sitting, that we perhaps move it to a later time in the week. Either we will be guided by the Office of the Secretariat of the Portfolio Committee, Chair, which day would be best suited for us to go into that particular conversation. But I don't think we have enough time today, Chair. That's just my view personally.
Okay. Is it fine if I suggest that we submit our comments to the Secretariat, to Anele, and then Anele, together with the team, the research team, can find ways of incorporating our comments onto that report? Is that fine?
In order, 100%.
Okay. No, I think Honorable Mananiso, your hand was up. Are you also agreeing?
Yes, I'm covered by Honorable Ulo and yourself.
Okay. Okay. Honorable Mananiso is covered by Honorable Ulo and Honorable Litsie. Thank you very much, members. And thanks, Honorable Makgatho. It had completely escaped my mind that we have got a sitting this afternoon. Otherwise, we're not going to be ready for that. But thank you for alerting me to that. I think we're done. Honorable members, thank you very much for coming. I see that the other members are not here, so they might not be interested in holding institutions accountable. It is only the ANC contingent that is concerned and worried about matters of good governance and holding institutions to account, who are very active on the portfolio committee. But the ANC is a leader of society, so it must continue to lead society wherever it exists. And well done to the members. The meeting is adjourned. We'll meet again tomorrow morning as we continue with the inquiry. Thank you, members. Good luck with the sitting in the afternoon.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Goodbye, Chair and colleagues.